effect, wagwan. Let's turn up.
DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck.
Ngisolila hlaba uthando nje liyabiza ukuphanda amamitha thambili siyalila iswanshawa lufalo angenothandeni ngwalasela
You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we've had breakfast. We've had breakfast. Oh, breakfast was waiting for us. What happened? So those who are in Lent and those who are in Ramadan. Oh, okay. Understood. So those in Lent and those in Ramadan. So that is why there's nobody at breakfast. God richly bless all of you. Amen. We'll be starting shortly. Some of our dignitaries are in, the rest of them are in the pipeline. They'll be here shortly, and then we'll start. In the interim, if you need to use the washroom, you go out this way, right, you see the washroom, to the left and to the right. And whilst we are waiting, we're engineers. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please, you can go out through the door at the back this way or this way. And when you go down to the third floor, there are 2 exits on the third floor. So we don't use the lift, but there are 2 different routes that we can take to go out. So thank you very much. We wait for our dignitaries to arrive, and then we'll start shortly. We had hoped we'll start on time, but due to circumstances beyond our control. Thank you all very much, and welcome to the 56th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Thank you all very much.
Kolula
because we are behind schedule, we will take our security briefing from the hotel now, so that when we start, we can go a little faster. I hope you agree with me. It's on the program, but we want to do it now. So we want to invite Mark and Governor. Mark and Governor. Governor, I like your name, so you can take good care of us. So.
Hello, good morning. You're welcome to Hua and to the Volta Serene Hotel. Let me welcome in our local parlance. You respond, you. Miawizo. Okay. Well, let's do it again. Miawizo. Okay, later you can come for airway lessons. Yeah. So I am the head of security and IT for the facility. As we've come here, as part of our protocols, we are supposed to take you through a little bit of security information so that you know what you will do in case of any unforeseen emergency. Yeah, so I'm here with Governor. Governor also take us do a little bit on food security later. Now, let me start with fire. Fire is the rapid oxidation of heat, fuel, and oxygen. You're engineers, so I believe you all know that. Now, should there be a fire where you find yourself, especially within your room, please don't panic. There is the tendency for us to panic. But the best thing to do, which I know as engineers, we all do. I'm also an engineer, so yes, I'm an IT engineer, actually. Yeah, so we assess the situation. Then the very first thing you do is use the back of your palm to touch the door to feel the heat. If the door is hot, don't attempt going out. Probably the fire might be raging outside. You don't want to run into the fire or let maybe the building is collapsing and fire fall upon you. But rather, in assessing the place, first and foremost, you turn off the ACs. If there is an intercom close to you, close by, where the fire is not raging, you could dial 0 or 1000 on the intercom. Then the reception would quickly find ways to evacuate you out of that room. Fortunately, we have fire detectors across the facility, and so we'll be able to also detect as quickly as possible to come evacuate you. Now, once you've been able to do this assessment, if the place, the door is not hot and you can move out, and there is smoke within the room, you go on your knees and elbows and crawl out of the room so you don't end up suffocating yourself. Now, once you be able to come out, you look for the exit signages that will show you the nearest exit so you can move out. Now, we have placed emergency maps on each door within the room. So those of us who are lodging here, if you are not lodging, it's still very necessary that you take note of the maps. I think there was supposed to be one here. I think there should be one on the door here. So you could take time off to study the map in your room. Now, you will find the nearest emergency assembly point where you could gather once we give instructions in cases of emergencies, where you would assemble yourself. Now, once you be able to come out of the room, please don't go back into the room because you probably left your cell phone, you left your laptop, in some cases, your wedding rings. Now, we believe that you will have those material back once you have life. So please don't endanger yourself. We know they are valuable. The fire service is about 500 meters away from us, and we expect that they should be able to get here as quickly as possible. Should they run out of water, we boost up to pools that we can fall to, and we will generate water within the facility. So water shortage shouldn't be a problem for them. Now, whilst you are within the facility, we have also ensured that our security officers, they are stationed across the perimeter, and so they are watching out for your safety. In the evening times, they are assisted by armed police officers from 6 p.m. to 5 a.m. each day, so you are assured of safety within the facility. Then again, in cases of violent demonstrations, either from our guests, either from our staff or indigents across or within the region, instructions will be given from our control room to let you know what to do. We would advise, first and foremost, to stay where you are. If there's a need for you to be evacuated, we'll give that directive. When within the conference floor, I think the MC has done that, you can use the exit here, which takes you down to the reception, right down to the reception or to the exit point. You could also use the exit or the staircase right in front of us here. Please, let's avoid the lift in all cases or in such situations. Let's avoid the lift in such situations, but rather let's use the staircase. Then, again, I see a lot of wonderful ladies with us. There's a special announcement for our ladies here. Now, you realize that once you enter the hotel into the reception, there is an exit route to your left-hand side. When you are leaving, it is to your right-hand side. Please, we would advise that you don't use high-heel shoes on that route. That route does not prefer high-heel shoes. It doesn't like high-heel shoes. If you should use your high-heeled shoes on that route, you'll not get to your destination. And to be bad for us and bad for you as well. You can use any other route except that route if you are having heeled shoes. But if you are in flats, you could attempt. But whilst walking on that route, we would advise that you don't rush or run so that you can still get to your destination safely. Now, once you are done with the conference and you are checking out, we would also urge that you, as part of the checkout process, you drop your keys at the reception so that they can check you out properly. My colleague would just do one or two things for us, then we would be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning once again. So please, I'm just briefing quickly on our food security. We'll be having lunch at the rooftops. We have two rooftops. So we have rooftop annex and then the rooftop main. We also have Enyo restaurant and we have the poolside. So we'll be giving lunch coupons. So for all of us who have lunch coupons, we know where we'll go for our lunch. And also for our brothers and sisters who are observing Ramadan, you'll be sorted out immediately you are about to close your fast for the day. Please, if we have special diets amongst us, if you have any dietary requirement, you are a vegetarian or maybe you are protein-free or you are salt-free, kindly reach out to one of our staff. She'll be stationed here throughout. Paulina will be stationed here throughout. So in case you have any special diet requirement, kindly let us know so that we can tailor your meal according to what you will have. Because you are in the Volta region, you'll be enjoying most of our local dishes on our buffet. So don't worry, it's going to be a very good variety of meals that we have. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your day.
Okay. Sorry, let me just add this quickly. For the lift, I would advise that for it to work well for us, we should be 5 within the lift. Ignore the number. That's, I would say, in quotes, a Chinese number. We are Ghanaians, we are Africans, we are heavier. So let's be 5 within the lift for it to work well for us. The lifts, some of them are unique in its own way, where it gives a beeping sound when you exceed the limit. So once you hear the beeping sound, it means one or two of you will have to move out or come out of the lift for it to work well for you. If you should get stuck, please don't panic. Our emergency response team is always on hand to evacuate you out of the lift. There's a number that is there that is in case they're also keeping too long, you could call the number or hit the alarm bell and we will quickly come to evacuate you. Take time off to also visit our facilities. We have a sick bay if you're not feeling too well, with health officers within the facility who would attend to you. We have the pool sides that are open to you, and we also have a gym and a game house too. We have a spa and a salon. You can go there and enjoy yourself once you are done with your session at any point in time when the house is open. But it comes at a cost, but it's very, very affordable. So once you go there, they will attend to you. The internet codes work everywhere. If you have any challenge, the IT team is on hand to also assist you. You're welcome once again, and please do enjoy your stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, you said you were an engineer, and we are engineers gathered here. I saw the registrar of the engineering council here. So I'll take you to see him.
Yes, sir.
I will ask you the question I want to ask you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. So we'll be starting shortly, so let's relax. And please, we would like those at the back to come forward. And again, those of us on this side, if we can move this way so that those who are coming in late, it will be easier for them to fill in the gap. Yeah, sorry. I don't like it when I sit down and do it. I don't like it. So please, let's try and move forward more in this direction. We have over 600 people registered for this conference, so please, let's try and make it easier for us as everybody comes in. Don't be disrupting me if you are at the back. Thank you very much. Stands for Ghana's role.
You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck.
2 Effects, Wagwan. Let's turn up.
Ungangisondeli, hleze ngithukuthele. Hleze ngisempini akufiwe makufiwa, siwe maziwa. So uyangusisi, so uyangusisi. Bolivia namantombazana yokhala bafana. Ungangisondeli, hleze ngithukuthele. Hleze ngisempini akufiwe makufiwa, siwe maziwa. So uyangusisi, so uyangusisi. Bolivia namantombazana yokhala bafana. Ungangisondeli, hleze ngithukuthele. Hleze ngisempini akufiwe makufiwa, siwe maziwa. So uyangusisi, so uyangusisi. Bolivia namantombazana yokhala bafana. Ungangisondeli, hleze ngithukuthele. Hleze ngisempini akufiwe makufiwa, siwe maziwa. So uyangusisi, so uyangusisi. Bolivia namantombazana yokhala bafana.
You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects.
Bolivia namantombazana yokhala bafana. Bolivia namantombazana yokhala bafana.
DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck.
Effects, Wagwan. Let's turn up.
DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. You are now in the mix with DJ 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. 2 Effects. DJ 2 Effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck. 2 effects. Now on deck. Now on deck. Now on deck.
Inisolia saba. Utando nje Upana mami. Tandi niseli. Iswa shawa ufalo. Ange no tandeni tasela. Awenga myo sala como. Tati koma
as we welcome, shall we please be on our feet as we welcome our distinguished delegates for the opening ceremony. As we welcome, shall we please be on our feet as we welcome our distinguished delegates for the opening ceremony. Before we take our seats, we will take our national anthem and the Ghana Institution of Engineering anthem. The national anthem. Our national anthem first. Our national anthem first, please. Anthem. much. Shall we take our seats? Please, can you take the echo out for us? Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, engineers. Welcome to the 56th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. This year, our theme is Engineering the Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture Value Chain. Engineering the Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture Value Chain. We are here to look at how, as engineers, we are going to help Ghana attain sustainability when it comes to the food that we eat. We want to invite our chairman for today to steer the affairs of our event for today. The chairman is representing the paramount chief of the Asogli traditional area, Togbe Apede. He's in the person of Togbe Ayim Ajokoto II, the paramount chief of the Takla traditional area. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome our chairman to steer affairs for today. Togbe, you are welcome. Oh, Togbe is coming. Let's put our hands together as Togbe comes up.
Miawezo. Good morning, everyone. It is a great privilege for me to represent Togbe Apede the 14th, the Agbogumefia of Asogli State, in this special occasion. Togbe wished to be here himself, but has been engaged in an equally important activity. The representative of the President of the Republic of Ghana, the President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, Honorable Minister for Food and Agriculture, Honorable Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, distinguished engineers, traditional leaders present, development partners, policy makers, innovators, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Ho, the capital of the Volta region and the traditional home of the Asogli State. On behalf of the chiefs and people of Asogli, I extend our warmest greetings and a heartfelt welcome to each of you gathered here for the 56th Annual General Meeting of Engineering Conference of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Your presence here honors our land, and we are deeply grateful that you have chosen Ho as the venue for this important national gathering. Conferences like this are more than professional meetings. They are moments of reflection. They are platforms for bold thinking, and most importantly, they are opportunities to shape the future. The theme for this year's conference, Engineering the Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture Value Chain, speaks directly to one of the defining challenges of our time. Across Africa, food security remains both an urgent necessity and a moral imperative. Our population are growing, climate patterns are shifting, and our natural resources are under increasing pressure. Yet, even in the face of these challenges, I remain optimistic. I am optimistic because human progress has always been driven by innovation. It has been driven by the courage to think differently and by the determination to turn ideas into solutions. And that is precisely what engineers do. Engineers are, in many ways, the quiet architects of civilization. They take imagination and turn it into reality. They design bridges that connect communities, the energy systems that power economies, and the technologies that transform lives. When engineering meets agriculture, the possibilities become even greater. Imagine irrigation systems that free farmers from dependence on unpredictable rainfall. Imagine storage technologies that drastically reduce post-harvest losses. Imagine digital platforms that connect farmers directly to markets and information. These are not distant dreams. They are real possibilities if we commit our knowledge, resources, and creativity to making them happen. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Volta region, agriculture continues to sustain thousands of households. Our farmers work tirelessly to feed our communities and support our local economies. Yet, many of them still face serious challenges: limited irrigation, inadequate storage facilities, insufficient mechanization, and infrastructure gaps that make it difficult to transport produce to markets. These are precisely the kind of problems that engineering can solve. But solutions will not emerge from one discipline alone. They will require collaboration between engineers, policymakers, financial institutions, researchers, entrepreneurs, and farmers themselves. They will require us to break down silos and work together with a shared purpose. And they will require us to remain mindful of sustainability. As we pursue greater productivity, we must also protect the natural resources that sustain us. Our soil, our water bodies, and our ecosystems are precious assets. We cannot afford to exhaust them in the pursuit of short-term gains. True progress is progress that endures. Distinguished engineers, the future of our continent will be shaped by the decisions we make today, and in many ways, engineers will stand at the center of that transformation. Africa needs who are not only technically competent, but also visionary engineers who understand that their work has profound social and economic implications. We also need to inspire the next generation. Our young people are talented, ambitious, and full of potential. With the right mentorship and opportunities, they can become the innovators who will design Africa's future. Encouraging young people to pursue careers in engineering, science, and technology must therefore remain a national priority. As traditional leaders, we stand ready to support initiatives that promote education, innovation, and sustainable development within our communities. Let me take this opportunity to commend the Ghana Institution of Engineering for the leadership it continues to provide in advancing professional excellence and national development. Your work is vital, your expertise is invaluable, and your contribution to Ghana's progress cannot be overstated. I encourage all participants at this conference to engage fully in the discussions over the coming days. Share your ideas boldly, build meaningful partnerships, and explore practical solutions that can help transform our agricultural value chains. If you combine innovation with determination and knowledge with collaboration, we can build a future where food security is assured and sustainable development becomes a live reality for our people. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Ho, the proud home of the Asogli State, the Oxygen City. May your deliberations be fruitful, your conversations inspiring, and your outcomes impactful. Thank you very much. Miawe Zolo Akbenami.
Please, this morning, for those of you who don't understand, we've been taught that when they say Miawe Zolo, we respond, yo, Miawe Zolo. Thank you very much. Togbe, if when Togbe was speaking, I wanted to find out whether he's an engineer or he's an agriculturalist. We'll have that discussion after.
And one of the things that we've been told, everybody keeps on saying the Oxygen City, that when you come to Ho, you increase your life expectancy by 5 years every 1 hour. So by the time that we leave here, we will all live forever. Thank you very much. So we'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Engineer Dr. Lucie Japong, and I'm one of the Masters of Ceremony for this occasion. And I have here
Engineer Harold Eseku. She's my boss.
So it's an exciting time to be here at the start of our ceremony. And once again, thank you so much, Toby, for that welcome address. And thank you, everyone, for honoring our invitation and being here today.
Once we are in the Volta region, the traditional leaders have welcomed us, but we need the political authority also to welcome us officially. So the regional minister was coming, but at the last minute something happened. So the MCE for Ho, the Oxygen City itself, we are very happy to have the representative of the Oxygen City coming to welcome us. MCE for Ho, Mr. Stephen Adom.
Thank you very much, Harold. Miawezo, you are welcome to the Oxygen City. Ho is a very nice place. No galamsey. No pollution. So, indeed, we are the Oxygen City of Ghana. Togbe Chairman, distinguished presidents and council members of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, other traditional authorities, distinguished engineers, invited guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen. I can see my former Vice Chancellor. Prof, you are welcome. It is a great honor for me to address you on behalf of the Regional Minister at the opening of this annual general meeting and conference of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. I convey the Minister's warm greetings and sincere apologies for his inability to attend due to other official commitments. Let me commend the leadership and members of the Ghana Institution of Engineering for continuously creating a platform for engineers, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss issues critical to Ghana's development. Your contributions remain vital for national progress. Togbe Chairman, the theme for this year's conference, Engineering the Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture Value Chain, is both timely and relevant. Food security is central to economic stability and national development. And engineering plays a crucial role in transforming agriculture through irrigation system, mechanization, storage facilities, agro-processing, and efficient transportation networks. Ghana's agriculture sector continues to face challenges such as climate variability, post-harvest losses, limited irrigation infrastructure, and inadequate processing facilities. Addressing these challenges requires innovative engineering solutions that strengthen the entire agriculture value chain from production to processing and distribution. Togbe Chairman, one important initiative in this direction is the Nkuko Nkiti project, which aims to boost local poultry production and empower farmers, especially youth and women, and reduce Ghana's dependence on imported poultry. The success of such initiatives relies greatly on engineering expertise in farm infrastructure, feed production, water systems, and modern farm technologies. Distinguished guests, food security is not only about producing food, but also about building resilient and sustainable systems that support farmers and ensure efficient distribution. Engineers, therefore, have an essential role to play in developing innovative technologies, improving infrastructure, and supporting modern agricultural practices. Togbe Chairman, government remains committed to promoting agricultural modernization through investments in rural infrastructure, irrigation, mechanization, and agro-processing. We also encourage stronger collaboration between engineers, government, academia, and the private sector to develop practical solutions that will strengthen Ghana's agricultural sector. As you deliberate over the next few days, I encourage you to explore innovative strategies that will enhance food security and sustainable agriculture in Ghana. On behalf of my regional minister and the people of this region, I thank the Ghana Institution of Engineering for organizing this important conference, and I commend all partners and sponsors for their support. It is my hope that the discussions here will generate practical solutions that will advance agriculture and improve livelihood across our nation. God bless our engineers. But I was so happy when I saw you saying in your anthem that God is the master designer. God will lift you higher as you recognize him. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for welcoming us. We're going in different level stages. So we start off with Volta Region, and our chairperson, Tugbi, has already welcomed us. Then we've done the governmental routes. So we've had our regional minister and his representative welcome us. Now here, we are here as Ghana Institution of Engineering, and it's our time to formally welcome you. So I'd like to call on my president. But before I do that, let me say a little bit about him. So Engineer Ludwig Annan-Hesse is the current president of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, having been sworn in as the 53rd president during the 2025 Engineering Conference. He succeeds Engineer Kwabena Bempong and is leading GHIE under his presidential theme, Engineering Our Future, Do It Well and Do It Right, with a focus on governance and institutional development. Before assuming office, he served as the president-elect on both the Executive Committee and Council of GHIE, and he continues to engage members and stakeholders across Ghana in advancing engineering profession. And it was one of the things on his heart for us to start tackling things at the agricultural level. Please give a round of applause as I invite our current president, Engineer Ludwig Annan-Hesse, to give us the welcome address.
Thank you very much. And I'm very thrilled that we have so many people here. At the last count, we were almost 700 registered. And we almost thought that probably this place was not big enough. But let us give thanks and praise to our Almighty God, who has given us another opportunity to be as a family of engineering practitioners here in the Oxygen City of Ho. I'm particularly grateful for the opportunity to serve in the high office of the president of the institution. And I stand in the shoes of very eminent past presidents, some of whom are here. I want them to give us a wave, that we know that I'm not alone here. Thank you very much. Togbe in chair. Representing Togbe Apede the 14th, the Gumefia of the Asogli State and the president of the Asogli traditional area. We are grateful to you for opening the doors of the Oxygen City of Ho to us with outstretched arms to hold our 56th annual general meeting and conference. Please allow me, on behalf of the Council of the Ghana Institute of Engineering, to warmly welcome Mr. Guzitando, the Presidential Advisor on the 24-hour economy and the representative of the President and the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to this conference. We are elated and honored to have you with us. Your presence here, sir, is a huge testament of the President's respect and belief in the engineering fraternity as partners in development. As it is said by one of our illustrious past presidents, without engineering, we are going nowhere as a nation. And he's looking at me right now. The theme we have chosen for this 56th annual conference is Engineering the Food Security and sustainable agricultural value chain. This will help us to examine how technology, infrastructure, and the engineering expertise can transform agricultural productivity, improve food systems, and support inclusive economic growth in Ghana and across the region. We have brought together engineering practitioners, policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, and development partners to explore how innovative engineering solutions can help us achieve our food security goals within a resilient and sustainable agricultural and business ecosystem. As far back as 1963, in preparing the 7-year development plan for Ghana, it was recognized that objective for long-term perspective for economic development of Ghana must include, and there were 4 of them, and 2 of them said, an economy that is capable to assure every Ghanaian who is willing to work employment at a high level of productivity and a rising standard of living. The second one that I've quoted here, the colonial structure of production based on exports of primary commodities, which largely account for the present low level of income, must be completely altered. Unfortunately, we are unable, 63 years on, to beat our chest and say that we have achieved these objectives. This is in spite of the fact that government after government, in policy statements, in one program or the other, have espoused these same objectives. A few examples in the past 10 years will suffice. In November 2017, I've written 1917 here. In November 2017, the then president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, launched the Planting for Food and Jobs program to boost food production and create employment through input support, mechanization, and market linkages for farmers. In launching the phase 2 of the same program on the 28th of August in 2023, the then president stated that the second phase, by design, takes a holistic view and places greater emphasis on value chain approaches by focusing on strengthening linkages between actors along the 11 selected agricultural commodity value chains, broadly categorized into grains, roots and tuber, vegetable, and poultry. Today, the vision of the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the food and agricultural sector is ably executed by Honorable Eric Opoku, the Minister for Food and Agriculture, have launched various initiatives with a vision to modernize the agricultural sector and contribute to food security, employment, and poverty reduction. The initiatives so far launched since 2025 include Feed Ghana program, Yeridua Vegetable Development Project, Poultry Revitalization that includes the Nkoko Nkiti program, a soya processing plant, and the expanded irrigation and institutional farming program. Unfortunately, unemployment, especially among the youth, is still high. Productivity is low, and the standard of living continues to deteriorate. We still rely on rain-fed agriculture and Gettysburg agricultural practices. The cost of production and transportation is high. Our storage systems are basic and do not provide any long-term security. We continue to rely on market queens whose food safety practices are non-existent. And we still do not process and market our agricultural produce enough. Simply put, we have failed to apply science, innovation, technology, engineering, social and financial systems in the holistic manner to achieve our goals. So what must we do differently? How do we reset our systems? How do we do it well and do it right? We must allow engineering, science, and technology to lead. And we must fight corruption. I will illustrate this with two contextual viewpoints, and then I'll sit. Professor Justice Nyima Bawule of the University of Ghana, at his professorial address, I think just last year, demonstrated the vast difference in economic development indicators between Ghana, South Korea, Singapore, and Malaysia. And I think it's a common exercise that we all undertake these days. In the early 1960s, for instance, they all had GDPs per capita lower than $500. Today, whilst GDP per capita in Malaysia is higher than 13,000, South Korea higher than 35,000, and in Singapore higher than 90,000. Ghana is struggling to make 3,000. In fact, the literature that I read, there was debate whether we've crossed the 3,000 or not. The professor postulated and sought to demonstrate that Ghana's development crisis is fundamentally a moral and ethical crisis, and that corruption is not just a top-down problem, but citizens actively participate in the culture that sustains it. The second context is from Professor Zhang Weiwei, described as one of China's most influential public intellectuals. He was speaking on SMWS podcast on August 31st, 2025, said, among other things, that 60 years ago, China's GDP was lower than most African countries. It took China 30 years to lay the foundation for their industrial development. China missed the first and second wave of industrialization, but today, they are in the forefront of the fourth industrial wave. That's the AI-focused industry. He attributed this success to how China has empowered engineers, saying, China produces more engineers and scientists than Western countries combined. 7.34 million engineers and scientists were working in research and development in 2023 every day in China. I'm quoting him. This, he said, was 4 to 5 times more than what the US was doing. He said the big tech companies of China have an attitude towards problem solving that says, if you have a problem, put 1,000 engineers to it. And if they fail to solve the problem, put 10,000. I must conclude by stating that engineering is not only about building bridges and systems, but about building nations. It is not only about solving today's problems, but laying the path for future generations. A future shaped by the decisions we make today, the standards we set today, and the courage we show today. Engineers must therefore be at the table in government, in industry, in education, innovating, helping our societies move from where they are to where they must be. And above all, we must insist that how we build matters as much as what we build. Integrity must be our foundation, accountability our compass, and the public good our purpose. As we engineer our future, we must do it well. We must do it right. On this note, to my beloved engineering practitioners and all other participants, I welcome you to the 2026 annual conference of the GHIE. I will urge each one of you to make time to fully participate in the plenary and the technical sessions, and make time to visit our exhibition stands. I'm particularly thrilled that this year, Cosmos Innovation Center has partnered with us to put up a side show on innovation. Please make sure you do not miss this opportunity to get excited about the prospects for Ghana's tomorrow, because that's where probably it lies. Some of us probably we are getting closer to the departure hall. This is the Oxygen City. And you must not miss any of the Oxygen health walk and aerobic sessions every morning. It is free. Oh. I extend a special welcome to the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, FAO, Engineer Refiwe Buthelezi. Madam, I'm acknowledging you, and I want a big smile from you and a nice way from you. And also Engineer Dudley Toh, who is the President of the West African Engineering Organization, WAFIO. And our international brothers and sisters from Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Kenya, and other places. Please take the opportunity to explore the Oxygen City and its environs before you leave. My Ghanaian brothers and sisters will not forgive me if I don't welcome you by saying, Obake. This means Akwaba, as we've all come to know. But here, in the Oxygen City, we say, Miawezolo. I will also take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors, especially the Volta River Authority, who has remained our headline sponsor for several years at these conferences. Without our sponsors, we cannot have these conferences. Finally, I acknowledge the collaboration of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources, our sector ministry, that is ably represented here by architect, Honorable Mrs. Gisela Tete Agochui. And the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, represented by the minister is not here. I don't know whether the rep has arrived yet, but somebody else is coming in the stead. And also the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness and Industry. We value your partnership and support. Engineering is key to development. Let us all remember, if we must engineer the food security and the sustainable agricultural value chain in Ghana, then we must resolve to do it well and to do it right. God bless our homeland Ghana, and amen.
Oh, that is our president. Let's do it well for him. Let's do it well for him. Engineer Ludwig Anang Hesse. Engineer Ludwig Anang Hesse. I like to mention it the Ghana way, as he likes to pronounce it. It's not Anang, it is Anang Hesse. Thank you very much. At this time, we want to recognize some of our dignitaries who are here. Madam Chair, everybody's a dignitary.
So the way we usually do it when we are acknowledging dignitaries is that we acknowledge the people that are very important to us, but the most important people, we don't even mention your name. So if you don't hear your name, it means you are the most important person. But sometimes we have to follow protocol. Yes, give yourselves a round of applause. Sometimes we have to follow protocol, so we'll have to acknowledge a few more. But before we do that, we see a few spaces at the front. So if I can kindly ask you to move forward. I know there are some people who are moving to the overflow space, but we still have some spaces here. So please usher them, or you can move forward as well.
Thank you very much. So already, President has acknowledged Engineer Refiwe Buthelezi, President of FAO. Let's give it up for her. Let's give it up for her. Let's give it up for her. And we also have the past president of FAO over here. And she's also past president of Ghana Institution of Engineering. So Engineer Kalen Bouchedid. And then we have WAFIO President, Engineer Dudley Toh. And as usual, we have a very powerful team from Nigeria. The president of the Nigeria Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali A. Rabiu. Oh, let's give it up for him. Let's give it up for him. And he's with his beautiful wife is next to him. I almost said Engineer Memuna. Engineeress Memuna. Aliu Rabiu. Let's put our hands together for her. And we have an immediate past president, Engineer Margaret Oguntala. Oh, I was looking for you. I hadn't seen you. You are very welcome. And then my good friend, past president, Engineer Udil is also here. And then the acting executive director, Engineer Aliu Abdul Kadir. Thank you very much. You are very welcome. Then we go to Sierra Leone, Engineer Oba Agu Jones. Let's put our hands together for him. I think this is about the 10th GHIE conference running that he's attended. Every single conference, he's here in different capacities. This year, he's here as the president. A big round of applause for him. And his past president and also past president of FIO, Engineer Redwood, Jonas Redwood Sawyer. Let's give it up for him as well. And then the two vice presidents of the SLIE, Engineer Colonel Walter Hughes and Engineer Barton Cole. And then Engineer Brown. I also met Engineer Brown. Yes, Engineer Brown. We have an Engineer Brown in Ghana, so when I met Engineer Brown from Sierra Leone, I took note of him. Thank you all very much, and we'll now take some. Oh, sorry, I want to welcome our past presidents. Yes, please. In Ghana Institution of Engineering, our past presidents are super important to us. So we have, one of them is in the land of the spirits. He's a past president of the Ghana Institute of Engineering and a past chair of the Engineering Council of Ghana. Whenever I'm introducing him, I have to add this one. I left the university 30 years ago, and he's 25 years my senior. So when I say he's from the land of the spirits, you should understand. Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye. And then my professor, Engineer S.I.K. Ampedu. 30-something years ago, when he got his PhD, my class was the first class he lectured, so I remember him. Very difficult subject, soil mechanics. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to we have some other... Okay, our council members. We want to see all of you. Okay, I can't see him. Immediate past president. Immediate past president. Engineer KGB. Engineer Kwabna Bimpong. Please, let us see you. The light was blocking him. And I was in school with him, you see, so he's not as old as... And for those who don't know, he's a good actor. We used to perform when we were in the university on stage. Kenyan representatives. So, Engineer IPP, when we get the opportunity, you have to come and demonstrate something. Maybe you can even do some agbaja or something for people to know that this is what... Oh, and our Kenya representatives are also here. Our Kenya representatives, please, can we see our Kenya representative? The Vice President of the Kenyan Institute of Engineers. Madam, you are very... Engineer Juan, right? Thank you very much. So we'll now take some... Oh, yes, and then architects are here. Architect Tony Asare, President of the Ghana Institute of Architects. I was in school with him. He's also like my classmate. In the early days when we were all hustling and they were sending us to do photocopies instead of doing proper work, we were doing that together. Now he's a very big man. You are very welcome. And okay, so the other Engineer Brown is there. From the office, he's an economic advisor in the office of the president, Engineer Ato Brown. Council members, all the council members of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, would like to see you. Council members, please wave, please wave. They are the engineers who run and get our engineering organization. You didn't, council member, you didn't.
I waved.
Okay, I didn't see you waving.
I did the Queen wave,
Okay.
Yes, boss.
Thank you so much. And so we acknowledge all our council members. Thank you so much for the support and how you've got us here. One of the beauty about GHIE, and maybe our nation can learn from that, is that we do succession so beautifully. When we elect a president, he works with the immediate past president. And when you are elected, you don't become president straight away. You become president-elect for 2 years, and you shadow the current president and are supported by the immediate past president. Next year is going to be exciting. Do you know why? Next year is going to be exciting. Please help me. A round of applause for our president-elect, Engineer Sophia Tijani. And as if that wasn't enough, our current ED, Engineer Enyonam Pepena. And no, it's not an agenda. We are not taking over yet, gradually. But we are all in this together. This is Ghana Institution of Engineering. We would like to acknowledge.
Did you say yet?
This is where we smile and wave. We just smile and wave. But GHIE is all of us. And I loved it, seeing that we have so many female representatives from our other sister nations also here. Give it a round of applause. And we'd like to acknowledge members from the Engineering Council. We know they are here. Please give us a wave, members from the Engineering Council. Thank you so much. The registrar himself is here. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming. But apart from seeing them wave, we would like to take a few fraternal messages from our partners that are here. We'll start international, then we will come local. Let me start off with another woman, with a representative from the Federation of Africa, a president, the current president for the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Please give it up. Let me hear a round of applause. Ma'am, please, if you can come and give us a fraternal messages for us on behalf of FAO. And I didn't want to butcher the name. Did you see how I segued around the name? Because I didn't want to butcher it. You're not saying it. I'll say it after you.
Thank you very much to our MC. My name is Refilwe Sarah Mpo Buthelezi. You can pick one of the three. Surname is Buthelezi. It is really an honor to stand here, and I would like to respect and honor the protocol that was observed this morning. Good morning, and thank you for having us. I stand here representing a few of our international delegates that were mentioned, particularly from an engineering point of view. We do have in the House members, national members of FAO, that being in the Western region, from the president of the Western Federation of FAO that was introduced earlier. We've got Ghana being a national member of FAO. We've got Nigeria. We've got Sierra Leone. We've got Kenya from the east. So we really try and myself from South Africa. So we are covering a few of the regions within which FAO operates, and it really is a true reflection of the unity that we stand for as a federation. I really welcome this topic, and I do think it is fitting that it is in this region. Yes, we drove here in the dark. At some point, we felt like our hearts were going to skip the beat. President Rabiu stood up and said, if I had known that we are coming here, I would have delegated. But President, I think you feel that it is worth coming. And I think we have been invited to the city of oxygen that we are going to get. We are going to extend our lifespan as well. So we really think it is really fitting that we are here today for this conference. The topic is also fitting, considering the landscape that you have. You are blessed to have a city like Ho. You are blessed to have the greenery that you have. We told that there was rain last night. We didn't hear it. That's how well I slept. But that too talks to how climate change contributes to the plans that we are going to have here today. So I've got just a few statements I would like to add onto the thinking that we are going to be displaying and the reflections that we are going to have in the past couple of days. And I hope by the time we are done, President, we are going to have action items that we will take back and monitor, because that is what impact is. And I took it very serious when you spoke about impact earlier, Chairperson. We do have to make sure we quantify that impact as professionals. So food security is no longer a national agricultural issue. We are here, it is a topic because it displays that it is a continental system challenge that requires all of us as engineering professionals to coordinate ourselves, but not only for our countries. We now need to, with the likes of the members sitting here, to have that cross-border collaboration, because we also have to complement one another. So that is the first one. Take opportunity of the people that are in this room that are not from Ghana to start collaborating, because they strengthen that. The second part I would like to leave you with is that innovation must also be compatible across multiple African countries. We cannot keep our ideas to ourselves. Again, it goes back to collaboration. We have to share ideas. We have to strengthen each other through the ideas that we take. And again, I say, it is not coincidental that you have representatives from various regions here. We are here because we want to collaborate with you. So let us collaborate. The third one is that resilience must be measured. We must measure resilience. What does it look like when we talk about the topic of today? I would like you to keep in mind those. And then sustainability must be engineered in systems at a design stage. I cannot stress that enough. I think as we walked into this building as engineering professionals, one of us, or a few of us, we noticed a few things from an engineering point of view that might not be sustainable, but we can correct it because we are professionally registered to do that. So as we talk about agriculture, as we talk about system thinking, as we talk about designs, we need to remember that it is always better to incorporate those in the early stages. We cannot leave our engineering behind. So on that note, I really look forward to the partnership that we are going to have and the engagements that we have set out in the next couple of days. And thank you once again for having FAO. We definitely look forward to building this continent together with yourselves. And thank you to our leaders. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. Here we say Engineer President, and as she said, I could call her Sarah, so thank you so much, Sarah. That one is easier for me to say. And similar like we did in the beginning, we started with the region, then we came down to the nation. So now we've gone to Federation of African Engineering Organization. Let's come to the West Africa Federation of Engineering Organizations. And I'd like to invite to the stage our current president, Engineer Dudley Toe, to give us a short message of support. Thank you so much, sir. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning to all. Thank you to our chairman and our stand on existing protocols. It is always an honor to be at the conference of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. As I look across the room, I see the brightest minds in Africa, but I still ask myself, are we making progress? We have come to conferences upon conferences. We have action points, but where are these action points? Engineer Dr. Boakye always says something. We have individual excellence, but group incompetence. If Africa have to go somewhere, we must all stand up and be and act on our voice. We always advocate to have engineers at the table, but do we have the integrity that is needed
for us to stand up and do the right thing. Time is past spending. If Africa have to grow, you must be the change that you are talking about. Engineers across this room must not live by the voice, but must live by the action. Africa is going nowhere unless we have engineers at the table who are not engineers for their own pocket, but who are engineers who stand to deliver the infrastructure development that Africa needs. As you leave from here today, ask yourself, what have you done for your nation? What have you done for Africa? We fight against one another, but we are going nowhere. If we have to go somewhere, we all must unite, have a fight, live by what we say. And if we do that, Africa will not only lead, but Africa will lead the world. And it starts from you, and we must all work together for the next generation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Dudley Too. And it is true, we need to follow through. And I believe we'll be doing that over the course of this week. We have always challenged ourselves as an institution on impact, being able to be measurable, so that we are not known for saying it, just speaking it, but rather following through, and that's what we are hoping to do. Thank you so much for those words. Now let's go nation by nation, and with all due and with permission, I'll kindly list the countries that are here, and then the representatives can just come and follow each other. So I know we will start with our brothers in Nigeria, then we will move on to Kenya, then we will finish off with Liberia. And so if I can please invite, hey, how do I do that? Sierra Leone, that's our sisters. I said brothers, Nigeria's sister, Liberia. Then right now I'm even lost. So let me start off with let me invite the president from the National Society of Engineering, Engineer Ali A. Rabiu, to come and give us a fraternity message, followed by Sierra Leone, then we move on to Kenya, and we end with Liberia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I crave your indulgence to adopt the already established protocol for want of time. I have a short prepared text, which I will also quickly speak to. I am delighted to be in your midst today as the 35th president and leader of the delegation of the Nigerian Society of Engineers to this 56th edition of the Engineering Conference of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Let me start by expressing heartfelt appreciation on behalf of the Council and the entire 85,000 members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers to the successive leadership of the Ghana Institution of Engineering for the cordiality and brotherliness that has subsisted between our two organizations. As it has been in previous years, a large delegation from Ghana attended the 2025 International Engineering Conference of the NSE in Ibadan, and again on January 17th, 2026, the president of GHIE showed up in the spirit of solidarity at my investiture as the 35th president of NSE in Abuja. Indeed, he was the only international delegate that came, and I didn't take that for granted. He did not only come, he came with a massive gift of customized chocolate for me. And so on our way here, I instructed our executive secretary to make sure I retaliate properly. Well, I would have loved to speak on the theme of this year's conference, which is engineering the food security and sustainable agriculture value chain. This theme is quite similar to our 2024 theme for our conference that had engineering solutions for food security and climate change under the leadership of engineer Margaret Oguntala at the time. We believe that food security is not only an agricultural problem, but also an engineering problem. In Nigeria, We have witnessed remarkable advancements in agricultural engineering, from developing precision farming techniques to the adoption of biotechnology. However, Nigeria's case is a bit peculiar. We do not only tackle the challenges of food security, we also have on our hands the challenges of human security. Incidences of farmer-herder clashes and farmer-bandit clashes across the country have significantly impeded sustainability in consolidating the gains of the past in our agricultural value chain. Therefore, it became imperative to seek to bridge the gap between innovation and policy, which, like I said earlier, in 2024, we collaborated with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and did a conference on food security and climate change. Distinguished engineers from Ghana and all over Africa, ladies and gentlemen, it is my fervent hope that as we share knowledge and experiences at this conference, we shall generate valuable insights and solutions capable of addressing our shared developmental challenges and advancing food security across the continent. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a highly successful conference. I want to congratulate, before I leave, Ghana Institution of Engineering for this massive turnout. I remember the first time I came for a conference in Ghana, that was in 2009 or thereabout. We were less than 100. But today, look at the hall, it's filled up completely. So I congratulate you for the growth. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Still morning, yeah. Mr. President, Chairman, all distinguished dignitaries, I stand on existing protocols. I'm really excited to be here today. Excited because the GHIE, see, sometimes when you're so excited, you stammer. No, the GHIE conference is one of the events that is always on the SLIE calendar. That unity that exists between our two institutions, I pray that that will continue forever and ever. When I was here last year, also in the capacity as president, I did stand up and say that I was here, me, myself, and I. But today, I'm really proud that I do have a team, not just a team, but a high-level delegation with me. They've already been introduced, so I shall spare for time. But if the Ceylon delegation could just stand and, let everybody see you. Thank you. The MC mentioned that I have been here quite a number of times. But one of the things that I have benefited from is the fact that I get to know a lot of cities in Ghana, which probably naturally I wouldn't have had the opportunity. I've been to Akasombo, I've been to Kumasi, I've been to Siani, and of all the places to come, I'm here in Ho, the city of oxygen. So I think for all of us here, as has been alluded previously, we'll definitely leave here knowing that, we will have life forever. Well, Mr. President, as always, your warm hospitality has not gone unnoticed. So, we thank you for that, for the progress that has been made, year on, with the institution. Your theme also is well aligned, with a lot of issues and challenges that are going on in Africa today. I mean, food, without mentioning security, just food on its own, right? I mean, comes up with a lot of challenges for us in Africa. So I think it is but welcome that you have chosen food security, as your theme. And I look forward over the next couple of days through the presentations, the deliberations, the panel discussions, and the normal day-to-day introductions, that we will all be able to afford better knowledge about food security, so that the challenges that we will face in Africa, we can meet as Africans and will not have to depend on developed countries. May I take this opportunity to do some marketing? The Sierra Leone Institution of Engineers will be holding its conference between the 16th and the 19th of June this year, 2026. The conference is going to be held in the very prestigious Radisson Blu Hotel, which is at the peak of Lumley Beach. For those of you who have not been to Sierra Leone boasts one of the most beautiful, serene beaches in the world. So I encourage you, all right? I mean, we too would like to have, this number. I mean, we are just a little bit lower than you are, at about maybe 200-300 for every conference. So I encourage you, if we can have all these people here come to Sierra Leone, that would be really amazing. So I'm beckoning to you all. I'm appealing to you all, to come to Sierra Leone. You'll enjoy it. Ask those that have been before, and they'll tell you, right? You will not regret it. So on that note, everybody, may I just wish us all well over the next few days, knowing in the fact that, yes, we are in the Oxygen City, and we shall definitely benefit from whatever the Oxygen City has for us. Merci, thank you, God bless you all.
The President, GHIE, Council members present, distinguished guests, allow me to ride on the protocols. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wow. I'm Engineer Christine Ogut, Second Vice President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Allow me to, first of all, thank you for welcoming us to Ghana and to the city of Oxygen. And I can tell you, as we traveled yesterday, I'm told to the end, we didn't know how far it was, but I can tell you, it is a beautiful city, mountainous, and at one point, we had to get off the bus because it could not go up some hill in the city of Oxygen. And we looked and we said that, wow, we need to do something about this. But now, to the business of the day and to the theme of the conference. Engineers, you are catalysts. Engineers, you are innovators. Engineers, you are the ones who are going to shape the future of this continent. So today's theme is very exciting, and we look forward to the discussions. We look forward to participating in the conference. And before I say much, allow me to introduce the delegation from Kenya. Please stand up. Thank you very much. One of the things we do in Kenya is that we try as much as possible to attend as many conferences in Africa. Sierra Leone, we will be there in June. And any other country that invites us, we always ensure that we attend. So we would want to extend our warm invitation to you to attend our convention, which will be held in Mombasa in November. Please feel free to attend. So our president would have loved to be here today, but we are having our elections in another 2 weeks or so, and so we are busy on the campaign trail. So with those very many few remarks, we really look forward to the conference. The theme is very catchy: sustainability, value chain, and we look forward to learning from you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I'm already starting to get my passport ready. I don't know if you are. We have some serene beaches. We've been invited to Kenya. I've been to Kenya. It's very beautiful. And sometimes we like to challenge you here in Ghana, you know. As we all know, the higher you go up, the oxygen is, more concentrated there. So we deliberately, have to get you out of the car so that you experience everything it is about the city. But you raised some very valid points, and that is what we'll be doing. So thank you so much to our international partners, and thank you for making it. Thank you for always joining us when we call on you. We'd like to now come locally to some of our sister institutions, and I'd like to invite from the Ghana Institute of Architects, and I believe we have their president here. And you know how we say we're engineers, so as if we don't know how to tell people that I am an engineer, and my name is Engineer Lucy Japon. Let me invite architect Tony Asari, the president of the Ghana Institute of Architects, to give us his short fraternal message.
Good morning. I feel almost lost with engineer, but I'm almost consoled by the fact that the Honorable Deputy Minister of Works and Housing, who is a special guest here, is an architect. And she's visible enough for me to tag along and see how we can get this. But thank you very much, and I'm very encouraged. I'll stand on existing protocols and say a few words. Dear esteemed colleagues of the Ghana Institute of Engineering, we bring you warm greetings from the Ghana Institute of Architects, and congratulations on the occasion of your 56th annual general meeting and conference here in Ho. The theme, engineering, the food security, and sustainable agriculture value chain resonates deeply with me and many architects. As built environment professionals, we recognize the pivotal role engineers play in transforming agriculture, and we have always advocated for a collaborative effort that will drive meaningful change in Ghana. I've had the privilege of collaborating with talented engineers on agro-processing projects, showcasing Ghana's exceptional human resources. Myself and many architects believe that the intersection of engineering and architecture is crucial when it comes to addressing food security challenges. Our collective expertise can design and implement climate-resilient infrastructure, optimize agricultural processes, and enhance value chains. It will be exciting to partner with the GHIE to explore innovative solutions from farm to the table. Ghana's agriculture sector holds immense potential for transformation, and by leveraging engineering, architecture, value addition, automation, industrialization, the country can achieve food security and sustainable growth. From efficient irrigation systems through machinery for planting, harvesting, and processing, and then unreliable traditional farming practices could give way to higher yields and improve financial rewards. Additionally, integrating renewable energy such as solar-powered systems, and all these can enhance sustainability and reduce costs. However, when I read the theme, I sighed and said to myself, but Ghanaian engineers know this already. So who or what are the missing links? Yet we are discussing this at an AGM. How can we elevate our collective impact? Are our messages resonating with politicians and policymakers? Could refining our communication strategy or enhancing our advocacy skills amplify our influence? As experts, we have a unique voice. Are we leveraging it effectively in policy debates? I'll therefore encourage this esteemed gathering to find ways of changing the status quo. Is it time to change our communication strategy? Do we have to train ourselves in advocacy skills? Are Ghanaian-built industry professionals afraid to state their clear opinions in political and policy debates without fear or favor? Something must change from talking to the front desk of those who we have voted for and entrusted to bring change. There is a missing link, and that should be discussed and put out there in not just a communique, but an action plan to drive politicians and policymakers to the engineering table. I really wish you a fruitful debate. The GIA would like to invite the GHIE to our AGM here in Ho in October this year. In fact, when I got the letter from the president that you were here in Ho, I was like, oh, they beat us to it. Last year, the surveyors beat us to it, Cape Coast, and we had a very wonderful time. And we know that Togbe, we will be here. It is not, we will come and breathe the oxygen song. This year's theme is architecture and planning, the backbone of Ghana's tourism development. When I got to the reception, I had a short conversation with the president of the GHIE that could this hotel, could it have been designed better? It is a resounding yes. I'm sure that when you are climbing the steps and all of that, before you feel comfortable here, before you start thinking of a Greek, it is the steps first. We will also take the bold step of making enough noise until something happens. We need significant seats at the right places. And I'm putting this in front of my two senior politicians who are here. We want seats at the table. We don't know how we will get there. But please, if we are not coming, invite us. The Ghana Institute of Architects would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the GHIE and would pray for better collaboration in the coming years. Collaboration among stakeholders, including government, private sector, and farmers, is essential to drive this transformation. We wish you well in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
We are going. Heaven knows where we are going. But we know what we will. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. But we know what. Should we sing it? We are going. Heaven knows where we are going. We know we will. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. But we know we will. Architect Ato, thank you so much. You've caused us to think. So right now we are going to the Radisson Blu in Sierra Leone. Then from there we are going to the beautiful beaches in Kenya. Then we are back to the Oxygen City in October. Is that right? Nigeria, where are we going next? November. Hey, it's not going to be easy. So thank you so much. Thank you for all the fraternal messages. We have one last one and then we'll continue with our program. But as engineers, even though we are here, we don't just work with practitioners. We do also work with a number of institutions as well. Because we are in Ho, the Vice Chancellor for Ho Technical University was going to be with us just this morning, couldn't make it, but he sent his representative. So I want us to give us a special wave, the representative for the Ho and Vice Chancellor for the Ho Technical University. Please give us a wave. You're here yourself. Hey! I was told this morning you were not feeling well. Oh, thank you so much. Please give him a round of applause for us. Ho Technical University. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for having us. And they've been instrumental. They've given us buses. They've given us people. Thank you so much, and God bless you. And you know what? Because actually I'm a practicing engineer, and I do work in an academic institution, and I do have the mic. My president is also here. Engineer Professor Fred Magbaganluri, President of Academic City University. Please give him a round of applause. He's at the back there. Thank you so much, Prof, for coming. You know, I actually said, you know what, I'm going to take leave for this conference. He said, no. You can go and do not have to take leave. Please give him a round of applause for me. Thank you, Prof, for being here. And last but certainly not the least, we're going to take just one last fraternal message from our headline sponsor, which is Volta River Authority. And we were going to have the Chief Executive Engineer, Obing Kenzo, to come and say a few words. But we have something better. They said behind every successful woman, what is it? There was a question that they said behind every successful woman, there's a man, there's a woman. So that debate will come to it. But for today, the man himself, please give it up for Engineer Akim Tijani. He has a very special place in our hearts to say a few words from Volta River Authority. Thank you, sir.
Miawe Zolo. At least that's the one I've learned this morning. And I'll encourage all of us to pick one or two before we leave. As has been said, I'm representing the Chief Executive of the Volta River Authority, and he would have loved to be here, but he was called into an emergency meeting this morning, and he asked me to represent him. So I would try my best. And if at the end of the day I perform well, the credit should go to him. And if I don't, the criticism should come to me. Togwi Chairman, representative of our own president, Mr. Guzitano, one of my role models. President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, renowned executives of GHIE, fellows of GHIE, distinguished engineers, Togbio, Mamao, our friends of the media here present, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols observed. I am honored to address this august gathering of problem-solving and patriotic engineers across various fields in both the public and private sector. I must first express my sincerest gratitude to the leadership of GHIE for consistently providing an annual platform to examine critical national issues and offer practical engineering solutions to our nation's developmental challenges. This year's theme, Engineering the Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture Value Chain, is timely and critical, considering the issues that confront Ghana's food sufficiency and opportunity waiting to be harnessed in the agriculture value chain. As engineers, we have been invited to diagnose, innovate, and provide solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana is not immune to the challenges that confront food security around the world. As ever-increasing population, coupled with the effect of climate change and poor environmental practices, this has destroyed water bodies and arable lands, all of which threaten our nation's ability to guarantee safe and reliable provision of wholesome food to nourish our people. I think there is also consensus on the issue of our troubled transport network, which has been over-discussed for decades, particularly in moving food from farm gates to city centers. However, the provision of electricity to aid the agro-processing agriculture value chain has been consistent and sustained over the years. Cold chain industries, storage facilities, and logistics companies which provide the needed services for the agricultural sector have benefited from VRA's provision of reliable electricity, which we have faithfully delivered over the years, truly add value to lives. I must commend the Ghanaian engineers who, through their ingenuity, dedication, and hard work, have played pivotal roles in finding practical solutions to existential problems in all fields of endeavor and proving their worth when innovation was required. Distinguished colleagues, these solutions and many others will undoubtedly emanate from the planned discussions. It is not about the numerous engineering solutions brought to bear to national development, but also the production of highly skilled and experienced engineers who have risen through the ranks to occupy high offices in the country and leadership of this great organization, the Ghana Institution of Engineering. We are always proud of our commitment to powering the conference, and long may this partnership grow, endure, and impact. As we deliberate over the next few days, I charge you to think boldly, produce innovative, groundbreaking solutions. Let us engineer the frameworks, the machinery, the logistics, and the infrastructure that will secure Ghana's food future. If a hungry man is truly an angry man, we can change the narrative with smart, innovative solutions to address food security and improve our agricultural value chain, which will help change the narrative to one day say with pride, a well-fed Ghanaian makes for prosperous Ghana. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Akim Tijani, on behalf of Engineer Obing Kenzo, Chief Executive of the Volta River Authority. We want to, VRA is a headline sponsor. We want to acknowledge our other sponsors also. So we have Bui Power Authority, Electricity Company of Ghana, Mining Tools and Ghana Limited, Ghana Airports, Ghana Water Limited, Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, Gradeco, Fabri Metal, Associated Consultants, Stanbic Bank, and Cosmos Innovation Center. Without all of them, it would have been difficult for us to organize this and have all you beautiful people here with us. VRA headline sponsor, thank you once again. We are now going to take a message from our guest of honor. The Honorable Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources was unable to come, but his deputy is here to give us a message. And as my colleague architect said, she's an architect. When he was talking, he was riding on her back because she is in the built engineering space and she has gone into politics and she's having an impact. Oh, let's give her a round of applause. You know, I can talk like that, but I don't want to get into trouble because she's my MP. Let's put our hands together and welcome Honorable Gisela Tete Agutui, Deputy Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources and MP for Ewutu Senya East. Oh, let's put our hands together for her. You have to treat my MP well. Ewutu Senya West, sorry.
He doesn't know his constituency. I'll find him. I'll find him. Considering that his father was the first MP of the area. That's a double fine for you. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Colleagues in the political space and colleagues in the technical space. I'm really excited to be here. And so I'll stand on all the existing protocols and deliver this message from my boss and my minister, Honorable Kenneth Gilbert Ejay. Anybody who is standing for somebody says he would have loved to be here, so I stand on the same text. And truthfully, actually, he would have loved to be here. But at the last minute, he asked me to stand in for him. So, thank you very much. It's an honor to join you for the 56th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the Ghana Institute of Engineering under the theme Engineering the Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture Value Chain. This year's theme could not be more relevant at a time when climate variability, global disruptions, and demographic pressures threaten our ability to feed ourselves sustainably. Ghana must look to engineering leadership to transform and safeguard our agricultural future. I think we agree on that, don't we? Mr. Chairman, Ghana's development experience shows clearly that agriculture remains fundamental to employment, rural livelihoods, food system stability, and overall macroeconomic performance. Yet productivity continues to lag behind. Post-harvest losses remain high, agro-processing is limited, value chains are poorly integrated, and climate variability seen in erratic rainfall, prolonged dry seasons, and flooding, among others, has heightened production risks. Overcoming these vulnerabilities requires more than policy statements. It calls for engineered system-level solutions embedded with coherent national frameworks. Embedded within, coherent national frameworks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, The government of Ghana has placed food security and agricultural transformation at the heart of national development, driving an agenda that seeks to modernize agriculture, expand agribusiness, and create sustainable employment through engineered systems ranging from irrigation and mechanization to aggregation centers, construction of modern storage facilities, among others. This agenda forms a critical pillar of Ghana's broader strategy to secure its food systems, accelerate value addition, and reinforce long-term economic resilience. Mr. Chairman, undeniably, these policies are far more than lists of aspirations. They signal a bold and intentional transformation of Ghana's agricultural future, and they mark a decisive break from the traditional subsistence-based model and usher in a new era where agriculture is treated as a fully integrated economic engine. In this new paradigm, farming is not merely the act of growing crops. It is a sophisticated ecosystem that depends on infrastructure, technology, logistics, and industrial linkages to thrive. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, such an ambitious shift cannot occur on policy deliberations alone. It demands the physical, technological, and systemic enablers that only engineering can provide. A sustainable agricultural value chain requires reliable irrigation networks, mechanization platforms that boost productivity, aggregation and storage infrastructure that reduce post-harvest losses, digital traceability systems that ensure standards and market access, efficient transport corridors that connect farmers to consumers, and processing plants that convert raw produce into high-value goods. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in essence, the success of these policies rests squarely on engineering. Without engineers designing, building, and maintaining the systems that make value chains function, the transformation we envision will remain theoretical. Engineers must help scale climate-smart farming technologies, develop renewable energy-powered agricultural systems, support evidence-based agricultural policy, and promote an integrated value chain that allows Ghana not only to feed itself, but to compete globally. This is a moment that demands engineering leadership. And from the tagline that the President gave about doing it right, I think if we all have that mindset, I believe we are already on the right path. Mr. Chairman, as a sector, we have remained committed to our mandate of promoting sustainable development of the works, housing, and water infrastructure across the country, while promoting effective regulation of engineering profession and practice in Ghana. To this end, and building on this commitment, the Ministry has introduced several initiatives rooted in infrastructure and settlement development, but have direct and positive implications for agriculture in Ghana. The piloting of the district housing program is expanding access to decent housing at the district level and strengthening rural stability. Complementing this is the Akosombo Resettlement Housing Program, which is rebuilding homes for communities affected by the Akosombo Dam spillage, many of whom are farmers whose livelihoods are essential to our national agricultural output. By restoring their living conditions, we are also restoring their capacity to contribute meaningfully to food production. In addition, under our flood management program, the ministry is pursuing the construction of multi-purpose detention ponds that will not only mitigate flood risks, but also provide reliable water sources to support irrigation and enhance agricultural productivity. So together, these interventions demonstrate how infrastructure, housing, and water management are deeply intertwined with agricultural resilience and national food security. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if Ghana is truly committed to moving from subsistence to sustainable, commercially driven agriculture, then engineering cannot be an afterthought. It must be the backbone. And so engineers must lead in innovation, lead in the design of systems, lead in building resilient infrastructure, lead in championing standards, and lead in shaping the policies that govern our food systems. Let us remember that food security is ultimately national security. As we gather here over the coming days, I encourage all of us to be bold and imaginative in our reflections. This institution has always been a beacon of vision and technical excellence, and I'm confident that your deliberations will produce insights and recommendations that will strengthen our food systems, uplift our farmers, and secure the well-being of future generations. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let this conference mark a renewed compact between policy and practice. Let it deepen collaboration between the government and the engineering profession, and also strengthen the bridge between academia and industry. And above all, let it send a clear signal that Ghana's food security will be engineered deliberately, scientifically, and sustainably. The future of our agriculture will not be shaped by chance. It will be designed through infrastructure, innovation, and integrated value chains. And in that design process, the engineer stands at the center. Now let me go off-grid. This is my boss's speech, officially. But unofficially, I want to talk to you as a colleague. You remember when you went to engineering school, you were the best of the best in your secondary schools. True or false? The best brains, the best minds went to do engineering and medicine and the other subjects, architecture too, obviously. My president, who is my classmate, he didn't want to say that. He got engineering and tech, he got civil, he got land economy, he got architecture. He didn't know which one to choose. Then decided to settle on architecture. I hope it was worth it. Now, I got in a bit early this morning, well, around 8:30. And let me just tell this little story behind. And the lights went off. I was having breakfast. The lights went off 3 times. Engineers, the power is in your hands, oh. The power is in your hands. I don't mean political power. This power is in your hands. The team I came with from the ministry said they got stuck in the lift because the lights went off. The power is in your hands, oh. You work in the institutions that give the country the power and the energy. When we have issues with our water systems, engineers, it's in your hands, oh. When we have issues with our roads, coming here, you saw some of the potholes and everything. You know, the lifespan of a road, engineers used to do the supervision. It is in your hands. So I just want to tease this out of you. That, and by the way, Professor ACAY is also my mentor. I didn't know she had composed an anthem for you. She's a woman of many parts. And reading the words, I think that it should almost be like a daily prayer to you. I don't know which of you is in politics. In the current NDC government, we have 2 architects, the road minister, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and myself. But sometimes as professionals, we want to shy away from that noise. We feel that we feel too dignified to take part in campaigns, to get down into the nitty-gritty of politics. But that is where the decisions are being made. That is where it's being made. So I just want to appeal. Many of you out there have it in you as well. Come round and find a space around that table. And when you do, your voice and your profession will also be heard. And somebody out there will now appreciate what the engineers do and what your worth is. Until then, we'll continue to have the discussions. You will have a very nice institution, but sometimes, just sometimes, you need a little bit of that extra, to be able to be at a particular table. You may be a presidential advisor, but he knows that the mainstream is for you to be round the real table where the political decisions are being made. When Engineer Kwabena Ejipong was moving up and down in the political space, I liked it because he's an engineer, and the way he thinks, you can tell that he was even relating it to his whole campaigns. You understand? So I'm just trying to appeal to you to come out of your conservative space. It's a safe space, I know that, but come into the rough and tough so that we can all make Ghana a much better place. Thank you very much.
let's give my MP a bigger round of applause. And my minister. Oh, and by the way, this is Kwabena Japon's sister. This is Kwabena Japon's sister, so I'm making her blush. I only wanted the minister to hear, that's why I moved back. I said, this is Kwabena Japon's sister, so aspiring politician. We'll pray for you and join you in the trenches.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we are not using this as a political platform, but next time, please vote. Eh? But this is not a platform. We need more engineers in the space. And we are not giving up. We will be back with a vengeance on behalf of my brother. So thank you so much for that. Before we have our special guest of honor, we want to have a little bit of an interlude. But before we do that, there are some people in the institution that if they ask you for something, it's very hard for you to say no, especially when they have been on this land for almost 80 decades. And if he says, I want to speak, we have to make him speak briefly. So I'd like to call on one of my mentors, Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye, to give us a very, very short message. Give him a round of applause for me. A very short one.
And as I introduced him earlier on, I finished school 30 years ago and he's 25 years my senior. For emphasis.
Thank you very much. Yes, he's telling me to be brief. when you cross the fourth call line, brevity is not a part of it. Anyway, and I think somebody said, I'm coming from the land of the spirits. And that is true. And that is the reason why I like to take opportunities, particularly to talk to the younger engineers. You know, because I've been around a long time. And I've had the opportunity to have served in so many different roles, you know, starting from research and so on to corporate executives to the point where I had about 4,500 engineers around the whole world, you know, working for me. So I've had quite a few things, and I'm standing here not representing any particular constituency. You know, I'm just representing myself. When it comes to the salutations, I will stand on the existing protocols. Anything else, blame it on me. And usually, I like to start by the saying that I think a couple of the earlier speakers gave out, that Ghana and Africa are going nowhere without engineering. And it's something that I firmly believe. In fact, these days, I consider myself to be an engineering evangelist. That's the way I describe myself. So if I'm being too biased for engineering, please forgive me, you know, up front. And why do I say that? You know, Africa, we are mired in a paradox. Here we have all these beautiful natural resources all over the place, and yet we are home to some of the world's poorest. Doesn't make any sense. Look at minerals. And I think the Deputy Minister talked about power. We have some of the, you know, rare earth minerals. We have everything, and yet we don't have light. Look at our youth. We say Africa is a land of the youth. A high percentage of our population is young, but unemployed. And as a matter of fact, if you ask a lot of our youth whether they want to be here, they probably say no. Shame on us. And in fact, every day we read about all these, you know, young people who want to cross the Sahara with all the danger because they don't see a future here. How do we turn that around? And I believe the only way to turn that around is to apply our engineering. Innovation, value addition is through engineering. It doesn't mean that engineering works to the exclusion of everybody else. And on this call, I'd like to also remind us that we talk about engineer, engineer, engineer. Let us learn to use the expression engineering practitioner, because we have more than professional engineers in the engineering practice. We have technicians, we have engineering technologists, we have craftsmen. All of these contribute to make engineering possible. So let us add that to our vocabulary. Now, engineering must be fully applied across all of our life. And, Madam Deputy Minister, I totally agree with you that we should not just be looking at engineering talking to ourselves. I believe we should apply engineering not only at the cabinet level, but in parliament, at the district level, at the local level, in our churches. Everywhere we must begin to apply engineering. And if you want an example, look at China. In China, 7 out of their top 9 or 10 leaders, they're all engineers. And as a matter of fact, the equivalent of our DCE, MCE in China is an engineer or an engineering practitioner. And we can see the results, the conscious application, because engineering is about solving problems of interest to society. But you cannot just hide in a corner and do it. We have to be involved in the society. And if politics is dirty, let us make ourselves dirty. After all, we can develop things to clean ourselves up afterwards. So we must resolve. And I also looked at Kwabena. Kwabena is one of my mentees, and I really admire him. And I think we should take a cue. It doesn't mean you are going to succeed. But of course, if you don't try, you most definitely will not succeed. And the next thing that I would like to say is that the engineering community must rise to the occasion. It cannot be just one person here, one person there, one person there. We must collectively embrace the challenge. And I don't know of any nation on earth that developed without engineering. We talked about China, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia. The secret is engineering. When you go look at all of them, and this is why all the engineering practitioners of African descent, we have a mission to move our continent, forward. As a matter of fact, the reason why we as black people don't get a lot of, respect is because we haven't developed. You can be the greatest person. I used to, part of my last job, I used to spend a lot of time, in the Pentagon. Now, when things got tough, the generals would essentially say, if you think you are so smart, go fix your country. They would not use those words, but basically that's what they were saying. So until some countries in Africa make it, no black person is going to gain respect. It doesn't matter whether you go to heaven, you come back, and so on. We have, a mission to make sure our continent, or at least parts of our continent, will develop. And this is what brings me to my next topic. And I'm almost done. I'm almost done. You know, I mean, after 4 score, you must, you know, they must grant you a few things. Because I may not be here again. Yeah, and this is what I think the president of WAFIO said, you know, about we as a people, we have a lot of individual excellence, but group incompetence. Go everywhere in the world. You find a Ghanaian, you find an African. We are doing very well, except here. You know, and so we say we have this person, we have that person, but as a group, we need to develop. And please, let us get involved. Nobody is going to hand over power to us. We don't do it willingly. We have to fight for it. We have to be at the table. We've got to fight for it. And be dirty, you know, do whatever it takes. If it has to be using sleight of hand, let us do so, and afterwards, we clean our hands. So, anyway, one of the major challenges in all of this is food security. A nation that cannot feed itself cannot sustain itself. And this is the reason why we need to bring our engineering, you know, to do it well and do it right. Thank you very much.
Give it up for them. Give it a round of applause. Another time we would have all joined in and danced with them. Thank you so much.
Especially those whose waist can perform what they were doing. Not everybody can do it.
Thank you so much. And we'll be coming to the end of the opening ceremony, and then we'll move on into our technical sessions very, very soon. But as I said at the beginning, if we don't acknowledge you, it's most likely you are the most important of all. But there are a few people that we have to acknowledge. You know, when you come and stand on this stage, and you say, oh, we are in Ho, and you acknowledge the Vice Chancellor of Ho Technical University. Then I move on to my private university, and then KNUST is like, hey, we are council members and we are here. And we are not acknowledged. So please give it up. Let me introduce and let's appreciate the current Provost College of Engineering, KNUST, Engineer Professor Kwabena Nyarko, who is actually a council member as well. Please give it up. Please give us a wave. And as clockwork would have it, I think he literally just stepped out. And we also have the current chair of Branch 6, Professor Charles Atombo, whose team have been phenomenal. The local organizing committee of Ho have helped us pull all of this together. The dancers, the Ways-on night, the aerobics, everything, they've been instrumental. I want to acknowledge Engineer Professor Charles Atombo, Dean of the Faculty of Art and Design at Ho Technical. He was busy asking me to introduce people, but sir, I want to acknowledge you, Professor Charles Atombo. Thank you so much, Prof. We also have Al-Haji Avuna Mohammed, who is the Chief Director of Volta Regional Coordinating Council, who is here as well. Please, can you give us a wave? Thank you so much. We appreciate you. He's also here representing the regional minister. And last, but certainly not the least at this time, we also have the Ho Municipal Chief Executive, Mr. Stephen Adom. Mr. Stephen Adom is here. Oh, he's spoken for already. Oh, Mr. Stephen, we already know him, right? And he gave us a powerful speech. So thank you so much for that. And we're going to move on very quickly to our very special guest of honor. And before I invite him to the stage, I want to say a little bit of something about him. And he's representing. And I remember when we called out and we reached out, we first went on our tour. We did a tour. Engineer Nana Puku, a massive thank you to you. He got us access. And I actually think, engineer, maybe consider being a politician. Eh? They said more engineers should become politicians. Engineer Nana Puku, I'm throwing it out to you. He's already won, he's a politician. So let's go higher up, and we'll rally behind you. But he gave us access when we went to speak to our sector minister. He was like, this is a fantastic idea. I'm gonna put you in touch with the Minister of Food and Agric. Minister of Food and Agric said, this is a fantastic idea. Let me put you in touch with this one. And before we knew, we were meeting all the ministers, and the Minister of Agric said, we will get the president here. And we were so excited. But you know how it is. The president can't be in 30 places at once. But then he gave us an equally capable man that we all know. Let me take a little bit of time to read about him. So Augustus Gusi Tano is a Ghanaian lawyer, political leader, and corporate executive with extensive experience in law, diplomacy, petroleum negotiations, corporate management, and grassroots mobilization. He's currently presidential advisor to His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development initiative. And as engineers, maybe we need to have a bit of a discourse about that. He's been leading strategies on production, supply chain, manpower development, and export growth. Mr. Tano previously served as Executive Director of Finance at the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, where he helped draft key petroleum laws and negotiated major oil agreements. He was also advisor to Ghana's UN delegation, contributing to global peace and security negotiations and the drafting of international conventions. and we know we live in interesting times. In the private sector, he has held leadership roles, including Executive Director at Organic Potash Corporation, Chairman of HML Marine Power and Energy Limited, and CEO of Transport and Commodity General Limited, where he pioneered Ghana's export of non-traditional commodities to the EU. Politically, he was the founding leader and presidential candidate of the National Reform Party in 2000 and has played a central role in the formation and growth of the National Democratic Congress, contributing to its constitution, logo, and grassroots mobilization. He holds an LLM from Northwestern University Law School, USA, and an LLB from University of Ghana, following his education at Mfantsipim School, Cape Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow engineers, help me welcome no other than Mr. Gusi Tano. Thank you so much for joining us. Please give it up for him to give us the opening address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I'm going to go through the protocol list. Honorable Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, Gisela Tete Abotui. Chairman, Togbe. The President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, Engineer Ludwig Alan Hesse. Executive Director, Dr. Eunam Pekpena, members of the GIE Council, distinguished engineers, fellow delegates from across Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. I bring you greetings from His Excellency President John Mahama. The President was honored to receive your invitation to the 56th Annual General Meeting, and he has asked me to represent him here today. As you know, he is in Korea, Seoul, Korea, not the other Korea. He wanted me to share with you his vision for how the engineering profession must become the backbone of Ghana's next economic chapter. For 56 years, this institution has set the benchmark for how engineering is practiced in this country, with thousands of registered members spanning civil, mechanical, electrical, chemical, mining, agricultural, and computing disciplines. I believe you are the largest concentration of technical problem solvers in Ghana. Your mission to promote the advancement of engineering for the benefit of society is ultimately a mission to design, build, and optimize systems that work and that make a country work. That aligns directly with the mission of the 24-hour economy. And we know that what Ghanaian engineers are capable of, we definitely know. And I think Engineer Boache mentioned how if you go across the globe, you find engineers in the most extraordinary positions from Ghana, at the cutting edge of technology and at the cutting edge of decision-making that affects our lives. Across this country, Ghanaian-owned firms are dualizing highways, building substations for our national grid, deploying industrial automation systems to international certification standards, and delivering turnkey electromechanical installations for mining and manufacturing. The capability exists. There's no doubt about that. The question is whether our systems are designed to let these capabilities scale and transform our country. And I want to spend some of my time today on something that troubles me and troubles many others, because I think it should trouble the members sitting in this room as well. There's an important distinction in how countries respond to their challenges. Some countries build their way out of problems. They see a gap and they design a solution. They pour a foundation and construct something. Other countries take a legal and administrative path. They regulate, they legislate, they set up committees, and they produce reports. Both approaches, depending on what stage of development you are, have a place. But when a developing country that desperately needs to build its productive infrastructure spends more time in committee rooms producing reports that sit on forgotten shelves, then it actually becomes building something that is going nowhere. Something has gone wrong. I fear Ghana has been drifting in that direction. Let me give you a concrete example. Think about what happens every year when Accra floods. The rains come, the city is submerged, lives are lost, and property is destroyed. And what is our response? Year after year is to demolish buildings. We send bulldozers, we punish people for building in waterways. That is a legal response to what is fundamentally an engineering problem. Where is the stormwater drainage master plan? Where are the engineered retention basins, the redesigned culverts, the urban water management systems that cities across the world have built to live with rainfall? And the hardest part of this is that solutions do exist. Bodies like the Architectural Engineering Services Limited have designed stormwater systems, drainage master plans, and urban water management frameworks. They sit, unfortunately, on shelves. The engineering has been done, but it's sitting on shelves. What has been missing is a will to commission it and the professional voice to demand that it be commissioned. I'll repeat that. And the professional voice to demand that it be commissioned. The Ghana Institution of Engineering should not accept the silence of its profession. And the pattern does not stop at public works. It also runs through the private sector. Many of our engineering firms have found themselves operating as contract intermediaries because the system has made it rational to do so. They win the contract, but subcontract the actual design and construction to a foreign firm. The Ghanaian company manages the relationship, usually with a politician. The foreign company does the engineering, access to finance, performance guarantee requirements, and equipment costs all push in this direction. The foreign firm builds the asset, and takes the capability home. The Ghanaian firm retains the margin, but loses the learning and the know-how. Let us be honest with ourselves. The industry has settled into this unfortunate habit. Too many firms have accepted brokerage as a business model, when they, in fact, have the talent to do the building. Too many have competed for contracts rather than for capability. That is a choice, and it's one of this profession, and it's one choice this profession has the power to reverse. The 24-hour economy is creating the opportunity, and this opportunity is a big and masterful ambition, and it starts with the basics. On road projects, for instance, are we enforcing occupational health and safety? Are we managing traffic properly around construction sites? Are we protecting the environment? These should be non-negotiable. They signal to the world and to ourselves that we take what we build seriously, and the processes for building seriously, and the standards for building seriously. Consider where we stand. The Pokwase Interchange, West Africa's first 4-tier interchange, was built by Songhai Meng Engineering of China. The Adomi Bridge, right here in the Volta region, was designed and built by British firms in 1957. That was understandable for a newly independent nation. But nearly 70 years later, Ghanaian firms will be building the next major construction, the next Pokwase, and the next Adomi. To get there, we must build the structures, the partnerships, and the collective ambition that turn individual talent into institutional capability. This is where the 24-hour economy becomes genuinely exciting for the engineering profession. We, at the 24-hour Economy Secretariat and Authority, are planning industrial parks, agro-processing corridors, renewable energy installations, inland water transport systems, and cold chain networks. These are professional opportunities on a scale this industry has not seen in a generation. And the 24-hour economy is designed so that where Ghanaian firms have the capacity, they lead. Where Ghanaian firms have the capacity, they lead. Where they do not yet have it, they are structured into every project as joint venture partners, building the capability to lead the next one. But that will require these industries to organize differently. Where are the engineering cooperatives? Where are the Ghanaian consortia that pool resources, share equipment, and bid competitively for projects that no single firm could win alone? When an international contractor comes into building a solar farm or expand a port, where is the structured effort to absorb their knowledge, their systems, their processes, their technical standards, and embed them permanently in the Ghanaian firms? South Korea learned shipbuilding this way. India built a global IT industry this way. That IT industry was announced this morning. It's $300 billion industry built over the last 20 years. Through deliberate, organized ambition, Ghana's engineers are no less capable. But capability without organization remains potential, and potential alone does not build nations. Now, today, your conference theme for this year asks how engineering can secure Ghana's food systems and agricultural value chains. Let me tell you why this is one of the most consequential engineering challenges our country faces. In 2024, Ghana imported 38 billion cedis worth of food products. That is 730 million cedis every week, leaving our economy for food we could produce, process, and package ourselves. This is a threat to our sovereignty. And at its core is an engineering challenge, because the gap between what our farmers grow and what reaches the market in good condition is an engineering gap. Under the 24-hour economy, we are building the supply chains that connect our farms to local industry and local industry to global markets. We need Ghanaian engineers to design and build the agroecological parks and build also the Volta Economic Corridor, to design them from the ground up, the soil mechanics, the water systems, the power loads, and the waste treatment. We need engineering, storage, and cold chain solutions to eliminate post-harvest losses. Up to 30% of SME and farmer output is lost to decay. In fact, yam, the post-harvest loss is 70%. Solving that through better engineering means that what is currently lost to waste becomes productive value. And if these corridors are to work, we must solve the power question. 24-hour is working with a private investor to develop a 1,500 megawatt solar park at Buipe. This hopefully will bring the cost of electricity down for every company operating along the corridor, with a maximum cap of 7 cents per kilowatt hour. That changes the economics of agro-processing, of cold storage, and of manufacturing. Ghanaian engineers must be embedded in this project, absorbing the expertise and ensuring that that knowledge stays in Ghana. We must also think beyond roads. Ghana's overdependence on roads and road transports costs us dearly in lives lost, in bridges broken, and the enormous expense of building and maintaining road networks, and in the economic burden of moving goods exclusively by trucks. Diversifying our transport modes is an engineering imperative. The Volta Economic Corridor is built around this insight. Inland water transport on the Volta Lake can reduce logistics costs by over 40%, while easing the pressure on our roads and the toll on our people. The 24-hour economy program is already working to create that environment. We will push for procurement frameworks that reward technical capability, not simply financial guarantees and the capacity to post bonds. The Kumasi Machinery and Industrial Technology Park is being developed with KNUST. And we have received from KNUST land to begin building domestic fabrication and component capability. Ghana imports over $2 billion in machinery annually. And that value, I believe, should stay in Ghana through your efforts as engineers. Engineering education must also evolve with the market so that our graduates see their future in solving problems and building systems. Government cannot perform. We need the industry to work with us. We need the private sector, we need the intellectual capacity of engineers and other disciplines to make this program work. We do not want to go back to the IMF another 18th time. That will be more than a disgrace to all of us sitting in this room. To the senior engineers in this room, and we've seen one remarkable one, Engineer Boache, you carry the institutional memory of what Ghanaian engineering has achieved. Help us set the standards for what it must become. Mentor the next generation in how to solve problems. To the young engineers, the 24-hour economy is creating a frontier of real engineering challenges. Smart grids, automated irrigation, data-driven logistics, modular industrial design, and many other frontier efforts. These cannot be subcontracted. They require your intellect, your creativity, and your hands. Development is something done by a people for themselves. The 24-hour economy is offering this profession, the engineering profession, a reset, a chance to move from margins of project delivery to the center of national transformation. We are asking you to do it for yourselves, for your firms, for the young engineers sitting in this room who deserve to build real things and to bring the full weight of this institution behind it. Ghana's transformation will be engineered, literally. Literally, it will be engineered. And it will not happen. And if that doesn't happen, then our transformation will not happen. On behalf of the President, and it is true that in China, almost all the political leaders are engineers. In the Soviet Union, which was one of the most backward countries in Europe, the leaders were also mostly engineers. I think we should learn from that. Learn to get dirty, right? I wish all of you, Mr. President, a successful 56th AGM. Let us engineer a Ghana that produces, competes, and leads. God bless the Institution of Engineering, the Ghana Institution of Engineering. God bless Ghana. Thank you very much.
Oh, let's do it better for the representative of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Guzitano, for this brilliant exposition. In fact, one of the things he said, one line, it's impossible to summarize what he said. So I just picked one line, which I would just want to reiterate. Our professional voice, we must have a professional voice to demand that our designs and reports are implemented. We must have a professional voice to demand that our designs and reports are implemented. But when he said it, I bowed down my head because I can count the number of reports as an engineer I have written and are sitting on shelves in various places. And I'm like, there must be something I should be able to do to activate. And how many people here have reports which we've prepared and we've been paid for? We have been paid good money, and it hasn't been implemented. If that has happened to you, please wave. So we have been given a charge from the Office of the President. Let's go and find our reports which are sitting somewhere, and let's get them implemented. And like he rightly said, as for flooding in Accra, the solutions, Honorable Deputy Minister, we have plenty solutions which we have proffered over the years. We are going to demand that they are implemented. So we'll come and see you so we implement it. Thank you very much. We are almost done with our opening ceremony. So we would like our Okay, no, in fact, before that, vote of thanks. We just have to go through things properly. So chairperson's closing remarks, then we'll take our vote of thanks, then we'll take pictures, then we'll go for lunch. So that is the order. So our chairperson, Togbi, let's put our hands together for Togbi as he comes to give us the closing remarks.
Yo, akpena mikata. Thank you very much. I must confess that our short time together here this afternoon is so insightful and inspiring. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this program, especially for choosing Ho as a venue. When you come to Ho, don't only sit here at Volta Serene Hotel, because you are in the center of the Volta region, and around Ho or the Volta region, we have a lot of tourism sites. To mention few, you can visit Amejope Canopy Walkway, Tafiato Monkey Sanctuary, the almighty Blue Water Falls. So take time of your busy schedules and try at least visit one of these tourist sites before you go back to your destinations. As we conclude this session, I would like to thank all of you for making this program a success. And next time, GHIE shouldn't forget to bring another conference to the Volta region. On behalf of the Agbumefia Togbe Apede, the 14, the Agbumefia of Asogli State, I would like to say thank you to all of you for coming. Akbe.
Thank you very much, Togbi. In fact, I was very happy. Engineers have come here, so you can see that Togbi was using technology. He was reading from. Let's give Togbi a big round of applause. When you interact with engineers, it rubs off you, so we can see Togbi becoming very technologically savvy. Another big round of applause for Togbi. Another big time. We'd like to take our vote of thanks now, and then after that, we have something special for our dignitaries, and then we'll have pictures over here. So our dignitaries, lunch is served up, lunch is ready for the rest of us. Your coupons are in your bag, so if you haven't registered, you don't have a bag and you don't have a coupon for lunch. We want everybody to register because they'll inspect the coupon. So please, our dignitaries are not included in the registration. We'll take them specially. But for the rest of us, please, immediately after, go down, register, pick your bag, and go for lunch. 90% of us have registered. The under 10% are those I'm referring to. We call on the chairperson of Women in Engineering, Engineer Naki, a member of the Council of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, to come and give us the vote of thanks. Please, let's give it up for Engineer Naki Tete Anowi as she gives us a vote of thanks.
just a little more added information to the lunch. On the coupon, you will have, they have 3 restaurants we can use for lunch. So on your coupon, you are directed to a specific restaurant. So please take note of that. There's Enyo, there's a Rooftop Annex, there's Rooftop Main, and then there's Poolside Restaurant. So you have your coupon, you check, there's a restaurant you are assigned to so that we don't crowd a particular space. Thank you very much. And so distinguished guests, honored dignitaries, esteemed international delegates, members of GHIE, partners, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to all who contributed to the success of this opening ceremony. We are grateful to our guests of honor and all dignitaries for gracing this occasion with your presence and for your continued support for the advancement of engineering and infrastructure development. We warmly acknowledge our international delegates who have traveled across the region to join us. Your presence highlights the importance of collaboration across the globe in addressing engineering challenges of our time. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to our keynote speakers, our presenters who would speak after this session. And we know that they will give us an insightful contribution so that together we can make agriculture sustainable. Finally, we commend the conference organizing committee, including the local organizing committees, and the many individuals working behind the scenes whose dedication and hard work have brought this event to life. To all participants, thank you for being here, and we wish you a productive and engaging conference. Akpelo Mochunka.
Thank you very much, Engineer Naki, who is also a member of the planning committee. She's traveled to Ho a number of times, so in fact, she's breathed in more of the oxygen than the rest of us by courtesy of being a part of the committee. We also want to acknowledge our sponsors for the last time at the opening ceremony. Volta River Authority, our headline sponsor. We want to see everybody from VRA here wave. Everybody from VRA, we want to see all of you. Look at the number of the VRA guys over here. Oh, a big round of applause for them. And then next, ECG. We want to see the representation from ECG. ECG wave. Bui Power Authority. Bui Power Authority. We want to see you also. Thank you very much. And then Gridco. Gridco, congratulations. Oh, Gridco, you're all in one corner. So I started with the 4 of you. Our sector minister said the lights, so the 4 of you. VRA, Bui, Electricity, ECG, and Gridco are lights. So, yes. And then we also have mining tools with Ghana Airports Limited, Ghana Water Company, let's see you, Ghana Water Company. Oh, they're also here. Large number. My people, Honorable Deputy. Oh, please, your minister is here. Ghana Water, let's see you. Ghana Water, let's see you. Ghana Water, let's see you. Please make sure we all have water everywhere we find ourselves, everywhere we are living. Please ensure. Fabric Metal, thank you very much. Associated Consultants, thank you very much. Stanbic Bank, thank you very much. And then Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, thank you very much. We want to invite our president, ABP Consult, and then Joy News, thank you very much for taking us. And for those who are watching us live, thank you very much for being part of us. We've enjoyed ourselves here, and we hope you've also enjoyed this session very much. We want to invite our president upstage to make some key presentations to some of our dignitaries over here. So, Engineer President, Ludwig Anang Hesse, 56th President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. 53rd, and this is our 56th Annual Congress, and GHIE is 58 years old. 53rd president, 56th conference, and we are 58 years old. We'll be 60 in 2 years' time. So we are very matured. We start off with the representative of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, represented by Mr. Augustus Obuedum Tano. Oh, let's give him a round of applause. Lunch is ready. Let's give him a round of applause. The next is the representative of the Agbogbo of the Asogli traditional area, Togbe Apede the 14th. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Oh, let's give Togbe a round of applause. Technology Togbe. Let's give him a big round of applause. And finally, we want to invite the representative of the Honorable Minister for Works, Housing, and Water Resources to receive this. Honorable Gisela Tete Agwetui, my MP. Ewutu Senya West. I got it right this time. Oh, let's give her a round of applause. Let's give her a round of applause. So you can see how beautifully engineered it is. What has been given to them is beautiful, and it is like the logo of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. It has been modified. So wherever they go, wherever they find themselves, wherever they see it, they'll remember when they came to the Oxygen City in Ho. Thank you all very much for joining us. We'll take a few announcements, and then our dignitaries will come upstage for the pictures. President, you have to come and the representative of the president will have to come and declare the conference open for us. Yes. Traditionally, that's what we do. So please, we want you to open the conference for us.
Thank you very much. On behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, I hereby declare the 56th AGM of the Ghana Institute of Engineers open. Thank you very much. Engineering, open. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. And to make sure that all our dignitaries here are leaving as engineers and engineering practitioners, we've given you a clock, and we've deliberately not put the hands on it so that when you go home, you can get an opportunity to do some tooling, some engineering yourself, and then fix the watch. And if it works, then you know that you can also be an engineer. So thank you. Give them a round of applause once again. Thank you so much. We know we didn't start with a prayer, but it's never too late to end with a prayer. So shall we be upstanding as we say the closing prayer? After which we will take some pictures with the dignitaries at the front. Then after that, a few announcements. We are going to move on for lunch. I just want to announce that in your bags are 2 tickets for your lunch with assigned restaurants. So as long as you're registered, you should have received a bag with 2 tickets and the name of 4 restaurants. In your restaurants, Rooftop Main, Rooftop Annex, Poolside. I'll repeat that again. In your restaurants, Rooftop Main, rooftop annex, and poolside. So please look in your handbags to take your ticket, and then we will usher you to the restaurant. But we will, after the pictures, take our dignitaries to see a few of the projects and a few of our exhibitors, if that's okay. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for a successful opening ceremony. We thank you for the life of our dignitaries, our invited guests, and the fact that we have assembled here together to talk about things that are very important to Ghana. We pray that as this conference is officially opened, we will not just sit here and discuss, but we will come up with solutions, real tangible solutions that can transform the nation which we all love. We pray that at the end of this conference, the communique that will come out will not be one of just words, but actions. And as has been said, we will demand that engineers sit at the tables that matter so that we can actually make an impact. This we ask, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So if I can ask my dignitaries to come forward for us. Our representative for the Republic of Ghana, Tobe, we would like to invite you, our sector minister, representative, all our dignitaries, and we will take pictures. Whilst we're taking the international delegates, if you can join us on stage as well, so that we take a picture.
After several
please join us as we take it. And then please look in your
from
books.
The Ministry of Energy,
look in your
VRE's
bags.
management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating
presidents,
units,
council
switchyard,
members,
and gas interconnection facilities into the hands
past
of
council
VRE's
members,
in-house engineering professionals.
international delegates, you are
For the
all
first time
invited to
in
come
history,
up for
Ghanaian
the
engineers
pictures.
would lead the
International delegates, past
decommissioning a
presidents,
massive 250 megawatt power
council
plant
members,
located
past and
in
present,
Abuasi
you are all
in the
invited
western
upstage
region,
for the
and then
pictures.
meticulously
Thank you very
transporting
much.
and reassembling it in Kumasi.
And for those that
to mark
registered
a
on the
turning
first
point,
floor,
a testament
who
to
didn't get a
capability
bag,
and
please go back to the first floor.
Truly
They'll give you your
brave
lunch
and historic
voucher.
endeavor
Those that
for the
didn't
nation.
get a bag, go to the first floor
The
and you get
VRE
your lunch
project team
voucher.
set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRE team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuasi through Cape Coast, Yamra finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated and a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with a capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow.
Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with a capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority, VRA. Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company, Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority, VRA, took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow.
Welcome to Fabry Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabry Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri Power Plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS) stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATBS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATBS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri Power Plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATBS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomasu Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri Power Plant, now named Awomasu Thermal Power Station, ATPS, signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority, VRA. Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority VRA took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuate through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbine power station, they power with the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved. Meets courage. Nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri Power Plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. Several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge, decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region, and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETN 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority, VRA. Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority VRA took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region, and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway.
Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent, with over 7 factories maintaining our position. Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TMT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana.
Welcome to Fabry Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabry Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent, with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana. In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through
the relocation of the erstwhile Ameri Power Plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station, 80 km from the Volta River Authority, VRA. Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company, Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority VRA took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up
Had made
to
some
meet the
time and it looks
nation's
like we are
demands.
losing the time. But our
Through
next
its
session
own
is a
internally
panel
generated
discussion. But before that, I just want to announce our next session after the panel discussion. We have a technical session, so we'll be breaking into two groups. Technical session 1A, which will be on the third floor and right below us, and technical session 1B, which would be in this very place. Technical section 1B will be looking at climate smart agricultural systems. It will be chaired by President-elect, and we'll be looking at, we have 5 presentations: rooftop solar PV grid integration and its impact on power factor degradation, implications for energy efficiency in electricity distribution services, and then can agrivoltaic technology improve vegetable yield and water productivity in semi-arid climates? Lessons from the tropical agrivoltaic research field staff in Ghana. And the third is effect of biostimulants on the growth, yield, and quality of Moringa oleifera lamb in a square foot. Fourth, sustainable concrete solutions for resilient agro infrastructure and food security. And the fifth is using remote sensing applications and models to improve irrigation water management, a case study of the Bontanga irrigation scheme. That will be taking place in this room after. And then those will be going down. We have 4 presentations over the infrastructure for sustainable agricultural value chains. And we have finite element analysis of a solar-powered cocoa pod breaker for smallholder farmers, engineering safe wastewater reuse for aquaculture, water quality evidence and risk assessment from Legon, Ghana. I'm particularly interested in that one. You know, there are some ponds behind Legon for wastewater treatment, and the fish from there, I've eaten some before. I hope it is still safe. And then Farm Master, a modular multi-tool robot to mechanize smallholder farming food security in Ghana. And then effect of feed rates on performance of a throw-in axial flow rice thresher. And finally, temperature controlled soda pulping from agro waste of coconut husk. That will be taking place, technical session 1A, on the 3rd floor below us. I hope by the time I finished reading through it, the place will be full. But just like 3 people have joined us, but our time is fast spent, so we will still go ahead and start with our next session. Panel discussion, engineering the food security and sustainable agriculture value chain. That is our theme. And our moderator is Engineer Ya Okujeto, Ya Obenewa Okujeto. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up to introduce the panelists, and then we will go ahead. Were we clapping for her, or the benku was too heavy?
A very good afternoon to us all. I hope we had a good lunch. Did we have a good lunch? Yes, ma'am. Are we ready for the next session? Did we all try? For those of you who haven't had food from the Volta region, did you all try the abobitadi? Oh, and their work plan? No? Okay. So tomorrow, I think you should do better and request for more Voltarian foods to try. So abobitadi is one of my favorite, and I actually enjoyed it very well. So we'll go straight into our panel discussion. We have 3 people who will be joining us. Initially, we were supposed to have 4 people on the panel. As and when the 4th person does show up, they will join us on the stage. So I'll quickly introduce our 3 panelists that we have. The first person will be Mrs. Jigbodi A. Kanga. While she's making her way here, I would read a little bit about herself. Is she here? Mrs. Jigbodi Amakanga is an accomplished agricultural engineer with over 13 years of experience at the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. Her professional career has been dedicated to advancing irrigation project development, climate resilient infrastructure. I should wear my glasses. I was trying to avoid doing that, but okay, much better. Climate resilient infrastructure and water efficient technologies. Passionate about climate smart agriculture and precision irrigation, she contributes to sustainable food security and agriculture transformation in Ghana. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Kanga. The second person on my panel will be Engineer Dr. Ephraim Sechi Anan. So as he makes his way up, Engineer Dr. Ephraim Sechi Anan is a senior research scientist and the head of Soil and Water Management Division at CSIR Soil Research Institute. He obtained a PhD in agricultural sciences from the University of Bern, Germany. He also has MSc Water Resources Engineering and Management and a BSc Agricultural Engineering degrees, both from KNUST Kumasi. His research focus includes improving smallholder agri-food systems and the remediation of abundant gold mining sites for agriculture production in Ghana. Please put your hands together for him. Last but not the least, we also have our very own Engineer Atto Brown. Engineer Atto Brown started his professional career as an engineer with the then Ghana Water and Sewerage Corporation and moved on to a distinguished career with the World Bank Group for over a 28-year span and rose to the rank of a sector manager for water development in the Middle East and North Africa region, country manager for Sierra Leone in the Africa region, and retired in December 2019 as country manager for Kazakhstan in the Central Asia region. He currently lives on his farm in the Eastern region, working on horticulture, vegetable, herbs, and spices, and fruits, mango, coconut, and passion fruit, the whole value chain. He also serves on several boards, including Cosmos Innovation Center, Development Bank Ghana, and the Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy. Please put your hands together for Engineer Atto Brown. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Am I audible enough? Okay. Can we just use 1 minute to test our mics?
Hello.
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 Great. So you're all very welcome to this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When the conference committee, and I'm not a conference chair anymore, when the conference committee informed me that I'll be moderating this panel, the first thing that came to my mind was that I want this to migrate from being a talk shop to a very solution-driven conversation, a very practical, engineering-oriented conversation, and one that we all walk out of here thinking that we've actually engineered some of the solutions to Ghana's agriculture problems. So I want that to be the backdrop of the conversation that we have. Our theme for this conference and for our panel discussion is very simple. And it's very, very vague as well, but we'll try and drive it home. It says, engineering the food security and sustainable agriculture value chain. I'll start with Engineer Atto Brown. And I'm sure you're expecting this to happen because I've had a long conversation with you today about this. You have lived as an engineer, worked as an engineer, and now practice agriculture in its truest sense. What do you acknowledge as the engineering problem in the agri sector? Just one engineering problem you have acknowledged in the engineering sector.
I thought you would reserve that for the professor, who is trained to resolve that. But let me say that in my experience, the engineering is sometimes secondary. What is important is the policy or the strategic decision of a country to resolve the problem of food security. So the country has to be intentional about food security, and food security is not for everybody. You need to have a comparative advantage for the products that you choose. You don't go for security for 11 crops, everything is food security. It doesn't work that way. But once you settle for the strategic choices, then you have to look at a couple of things. One is access. You want the value chain or the supply chain resolve the logistical constraints in agriculture space. And that involves engineering, a lot of engineering. One, access, opening up the place for people to have farms and reasonable sized farms, especially. I mean, we've conquered subsistence agriculture, so our issue is not subsistence agriculture. We know how to do it. Cocoa, we've been producing, we've been number 1, number 2 now. I don't know whether we're going to be number 3 for cocoa. 1 million people employed in cocoa sector. So subsistence agriculture, I think we understand it a bit. It's just we buggered it up over time. But if you want to, for food security, I think for some of the engineering, for me, is that removing the logistical constraint. We know that the best fields for agriculture is in the savanna, in the middle belt. Not in the forest belt. Forest belt is good for some crops, but in the middle belt is where agriculture, modernized agriculture, is going to be. And that's the place where there's no access, basically. So opening up our farm plains, for instance, will require deliberate engineering solutions. Putting a bridge over it, there's going to be the Southern Water Bridge, but there should be another bridge to open up our farm plains. The 24-hour economy, Guzi talked about using inland waterway as a logistical support that will reduce the cost of logistics by 40%. So those strategic decisions have to be made. And it's not just in slogans, but be made into deliberate projects. And I'll talk about one specific one. In Morocco, when Morocco decided they want to hit the market of horticulture produced to the Europe, they came to us for a $300 million project for irrigation alone, to convert channel irrigation to drip irrigation. One, they were faced with a lot of water constraints, so they mitigated that to go to drip irrigation. And Morocco, after 15 years, is now one of the top vegetable producers and agro producers in the world. I mean, they had an advantage having fertilizer, in Morocco. The same thing with Egypt. Egypt is, it rains, I think maybe sometimes 5 days in a year, but they have the Nile. They deliberately did a new canal on the Nile, and now they have even water for the new capital city. But agriculture production, wheat production, they internalize it, but remove the constraint, build the resource base, and it's all engineering, massive engineering projects. And you have to be very intentional. You have to put the investment. You have to put where your money is. And at a strategic level, that's what I would say. But at the farm level, I mean, financing is going to be key. I'm very happy because if you don't have the finance, the engineering won't happen. So you have to also be deliberate. I'm very happy with interest rates coming down. I was surprised at a conversation last week, and the banks were complaining about loss of revenue because interest rates are down. And you'd be surprised when banks complain about that, that they were worried about their bottom line, but they're not worried about impact. Low interest rates is normal. It's only abnormal in Ghana or in West Africa. So, the fact that we're going to low interest rates, banks are going to be flush with money. They have to move the money out. So designing good projects at the farm level, designing good projects, sizable projects that will give you the economies of scale and be able to hit the export markets will be important. But even when you go to the farm level, engineering becomes central. Cadastral, making sure the land is properly developed, making sure that you can use irrigation if you can use irrigation, making sure you can use mechanization if you have to, because the young guys, I mean, if you ask me, one problem that I face in my farm is quality of labor. And if you don't make agriculture sexy for the young guys, they won't come. You won't find them, So making sure that you can mechanize, making sure that you can reduce the level of effort. So you focus more on productivity instead of people breaking their backs will be very important. So those are the kind of my initial comments about the engineering level, at the farm level, both at the strategic level and are equally important, and you need to pay attention to them.
So I think you've actually brought it together for us, and you've brought all the different topics I wanted us to touch on. The first being the water control and irrigation system, which you spoke about. And then we'll also talk about transportation, logistics, and post-harvest losses and all that. And then we'll look at the things that come to do with the whole value chain of engineering, right from the farm to the table. But I'll go back to irrigation, and I think I have the right person to talk to about that. It says that Ghana is mostly rain-fed, and only 3% of our agriculture is dependent on irrigation. How do we as engineers provide solutions to irrigations and ensure that it's implemented by those taking decisions in the agriculture sector?
Okay, thank you very much. I think with Ghana irrigation, we are doing a lot. There's so much to be done concerning the irrigation aspect of it. Irrigation involves a lot of capital. And so on the side of the finance, we are doing our best to still engage a private partnership in the financing aspect. So we could be able to do as much as we need to do in terms of the acreage we need to cover in terms of agriculture. And then transport is also another major thing in terms of moving produce from the farm. Now, irrigation systems are also one major area. So practically what we've been doing is to design systems that are efficient to be able to mitigate some of these challenges. In terms of water availability, water resource, we have put in place some advanced irrigation systems which are energy efficient. In terms of the solar irrigation systems, we are trying to have a hybrid system where we are using both the solar and the national grid. In actual fact, there are two schemes that we have tried that on. It's working. The major challenge that farmers are facing is energy, the cost of energy. It's so high for them. So the scheme that I'm speaking about, one is the Dowenya irrigation scheme. The farmers appreciated the solar aspects that was introduced. The cost of energy reduced for them. So they were really very appreciative. And I think the more they put in for energy, it also affects their cost of produce. So we are looking at all those areas. At the moment, there's a project that we are looking at the groundwater being powered by solar system. So in terms of water resource, we are not only looking at the surface water, but we are also looking at the groundwater. And I think when it comes to the irrigation infrastructure, we are trying to introduce advanced systems of irrigation. Some of the canals that we used to have were earth canals, so it wasn't lined. Now we are lining some of these canals. The essence is to reduce the loss of water. So in that sense, we are making efficient use of our water resources. We are doing drip, we are doing sprinklers, and we are fortunately to have another aspect where we have introduced another system of irrigation infrastructure, which is supposed to help with commercial farming for high value products. And that's the center pivot. So we started a project like that, is ongoing in the Afram Plains, and I believe that all these are areas that we are tackling to be able to do so much when it comes to irrigation. So will not be limited to the rain-fed. So basically, that's practically some of the things that are going on when you talk in relation to the rain-fed. So we are gradually moving towards doing an all year round cropping. Okay. Thank
Right.
you.
So, Engineer Sechianan, I think your research is also in water resource management. Are you able to touch briefly on what innovative solutions that you have proposed in your work as well?
If I may, I would like to. Hello? Sorry. Yes, if I may, I'd like to touch on the earlier question before I come to this one. There are two burning, say, ideas I would like to share on the challenges, engineering challenges I would face in terms of our food security system in the country. In my line of work as a researcher, we've seen that we can have innovative technologies, but farmers are hesitant in adopting because of limited access to mechanization services. And then two is land tenure insecurity. So farmers who have their own equipment are hesitant to really manage the soil well sustainably because they are not sure in the next season if they can have access to that piece of land they are tilling or they are cultivating. And most of the farmers also do not have access to small equipment for their activities. So for instance, for rice cultivation, most farmers still do not construct bonds, do not till the land properly before they plant their rice or even transplant and then, nurse and transplant. They just broadcast the seeds, even though the sour technology that we have widely popularized in the country, farmers see the clear yield increment comparing the sour technology and the farmers' practice. Yet, because they lack the equipment and the tools to really adopt it fully, they are hesitant in adopting.
So these
right?
are small-scale farmers we're talking about.
Yes, and even the large-scale farmers, they have the funds to acquire this, the equipment and also even the land because they will secure it before they do it. But then the challenge with them also is that when it comes to really engaging the youth in their work, especially if they are found in places that are prone to small-scale mining, then labor is a challenge. Because they are better off engaging in small-scale mining where in a day they can make like 3,000 Ghana cedis. So why would they come to your large-scale commercial farm and maybe the money will not reach there? So their challenges are a bit different, but the earlier submission has to do with the small-scale farmers. And then coming to the challenges with rain-fed agriculture. You know, the rainfall pattern currently is erratic, like we all know, and it is sporadic. So it's like you see rain falling at a particular place, and then you move a few meters or a kilometer, and then there's no rainfall. But then the challenge with our monitoring of the weather parameters is that with the Ghana Meteo stations, we have just one weather station that is supplying data for the entire region. So it could happen that where the weather station has captured that it's raining, but then I have my cropping field like 2-3 kilometers away from that place, and there's no rainfall. So if I'm asking the farmer to go into cropping because the raining season has started, I may be misinforming the farmer. So lack of reliable rainfall data for rainfall agriculture is a critical issue. So at the Soil Research Institute, we are looking at how we could even employ remote sensing and then satellite imageries to predict weather data so that we can reliably inform farmers how to really go, when to go into farming. So these are the few things I would like to mention. Thank you.
Okay, so I won't belabor the point on water. Did you want to say something? But whilst he's coming on, I won't belabor the point on water because there are other aspects I want us to touch on. But you can go ahead and you wanted to make a comment on that.
I think in water, I've seen anybody who has gone to Amuraga area, the adoption of sprinkler technology, modified, simple systems are going on, and then they are producing year round. So there are opportunities. Some farmers are adapting already to some of these changes. I think what we need to do is facilitate its growth in other regions so that they can use that technology. But Amuraga is 40 years ago, they were doing it with bucket and, and they went to fire service, and now they're using sprinkler. So they made the natural evolution, and I think that those are the kind of solutions that we need to be able to, and I support my brother that the future is on your cell phone, and maybe some remote sensing data packaged onto the cell phones of farmers will help them predict better weather conditions and be able to plan their farming regimes better. So engineering, even at some scale, we need to adopt the new technologies that are available to influence the farmers' behaviors.
Okay. So even in the conversation we're having, I want this conversation for all of us to be brutally honest with each other, because that's why we're here. But I hear our conversation being more subsistence-driven and small-scale oriented than it being more industrialized and forward-thinking in how we make agriculture, because agriculture sits at the bane of our development as a nation. But when we talk about agric, and I was having a conversation with Engineer Ato Brown earlier, it's because of how we've all been educated, because we've seen agriculture as a, small farm. When we went to, I don't know how many of you went to schools and had plots, but we had plots, and you had to go and plant something small. So right from there and they'll give you a backhoe or something. So you always saw it as very laborious, very medieval, as engineers. Before I go, my brain is all over the place because this is very passionate to me. How many of us truly know people who are working in an industrialized agric sector as engineers? Just by show of hands. Do we know people who are working in an industrialized agric sector as engineers? Here in Ghana. And this is pathetic because I see 4 hands. And that should tell us, and if you think about it, as engineers, our services, right from any type of engineer, is needed in the entire value chain sector of agriculture. Now, is it because as engineers we're more risk averse, and so we are afraid to go into a sector where, quote unquote, so I don't want to be seen in that sector? Why are we shying away from a sector that is very productive and in terms of longevity, is needed for our own development as a nation? What has been the reason why we've seen it as such a small-scale oriented thing as engineers?
You want me? I think it's the base of the economy was small-scale for a long time. So I think maybe our thoughts gravitated towards that. But remember, Nkrumah, President Nkrumah had very lofty ambitions in the development of the Volta Regional Authority. It wasn't meant to be a power project. It was to be the area development project. And power was only one segment of it. The Volta Basin agriculture, so it was we were close to, and some pilots were started that we are almost finishing up. We have the biggest banana plantation maybe in the world, in Osuduku, Shire Hills area. It's right here. It's producing 50,000 tons of banana and exporting quite a lot and employing 4,000 workers. So it's not, and I'm sure, but it's the scale. And I think Engineer Guzitano talked about how to scale this. That's been our challenge. The country has gone through rough times. For 30 years, we've had stability. We've had some macroeconomic trends going fine. I think we need to engineer our minds. And I like working, I work on the board of KIC. And one of the things we've done is also start a school farm project. Last year, 700 schools, primary schools, JSS and SS were in the program. This year, the government wants to add another 700 people too. So the children will start looking, and the minimum size of a school plot is 1 acre. So people start thinking about acreage, right from the beginning. And then the next program is make sure the people in the universities, there's a program for Agri Booster where colleagues in campus can form a company and start working on value addition. When you go down to the exhibition, there's one guy using soya sauce, so agri-technology challenge, they get grants to expand. So I think a very intentional program that was set up by Cosmos Energy as part of the CRS is to set up the Cosmos Innovation Center. And I think that's a good step. And I think all the 16 universities that we're working with have entrepreneur centers, and the professors are also thinking about agriculture as a business. So I think that it's coming. I think it's because of our whole trajectory in the nation. I think we will get there. I know that some people are going into pivot center irrigation in Afram Plains, as Madam talked about, increasingly. I think one company took 6,000 hectares in Afram Plains. So we're going to see a number of large farms. I think what we have to be also very deliberate is that in our universities, we start looking at that scale farming. Because we've done a lot of research, I think that is sponsored by a lot of international organizations, all small-scale irrigation, small-scale things. I think we need to start looking at medium-scale farming and medium-scale agriculture as a business and look at the value chain alongside it.
Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit to what he has said. In a commercial, mechanizing the farms also is an incentive for the youth, because if it's remote sensing, everything is automated. Just a click on your button on your phone, you can be able to control your farming. It's exciting for the youth. So I think when we delve in that direction, it will be more attractive. The other thing is the financial bit. I will not disclose identity. I know of a company that came up. They wanted to produce a potato, a kind of variety. They came together. They were actually living outside. They were young people, but at the end of the day, they started something on their own, but they needed to scale it up. But getting finance to support them was difficult. So the vision that they had, it wasn't materialized. So it would discourage them, and it's like they plateaued. Where they got to, that was it. But the actual vision was not it. It was supposed to be a whole value chain where they were supposed to crop the potato, they're supposed to process some, they were supposed to sell some like raw material, yes, and they were supposed to process and even market it. They had that chain, but unfortunately, it didn't work because they were constrained with finance. So, and then, I don't know, but it looks like the agri sector, it's always difficult getting support from the banks because of the high risk involved. So it's also a challenge. So I think that some of these ways of trying to solve this is to motivate, as part of the policy, the government policy, there should be an intentional motivation for the youth and for those who are at the small scale level to be motivated to scale up to a commercial level. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
So I think you've drawn me into the third aspect of what I wanted to talk about. Considering the risky nature of agriculture, how do we as engineers develop things along the value chain of engineering to make it more attractive, less risky, and also financially lucrative? Because we all know young people would gear towards things that would give them money. And the only way that agriculture would become attractive is if they compare the risk to the financial gains out of it, they see a future in agriculture. And I think as engineers, we actually hold the key to reducing the risk in agriculture, because we can create innovative tools that would enable the entire value chain. So you mentioned, for instance, the using Internet of Things and monitoring, remote monitoring whatsoever. How do we then, along the entire value chain, reduce post-harvest losses, improve transportation technologies, storage facilities, especially those three areas, because we've touched on water already. So post-harvest losses, transportation, and then storage. What do you think are the innovative tools that we need to come up with as engineers to drive the development that we seek to see? And this is to all three of you.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So with the post-harvest losses, I think we should have a system of cold chain.
Can you hear her?
Please, can you hear me? Hey, sorry. We should have a system of cold chilling, refrigeration system right on the farm. If it's a commercial farmer, there should be something there. If it's tomato, there should be a chiller, a storage system, which will be transported right from the farm to its final destination. So you don't have it going bad. You don't have it going bad. And with regards to automation, in terms of, you mentioned post-harvest and
post-harvest, storage, and then transportation.
Okay. So with regards to transportation, we have a challenge with our road networks. The road network is so bad. There are a lot of access roads that have not been developed. And when it comes to even where we stay in our vicinity, you can see that there are roads that, if they were developed, it will cut down traffic on the major road. I'm just using it as an example. There are roads that are there already. It just needs attention to be developed. So in the same vein, the farm roads are there, but they are not in good conditions. So when it rains, to even move your products to where you can get markets or just move it to your next destination is a challenge. I remember I spoke to a woman who has a plantain farm, and she was complaining that it rained. Because it rained, she was not getting, I think she uses this aboboya, excuse me for my language, to transport plantain. So when it rains, she was not getting anybody to go there, because when they go, they will get stuck. So that's it. So with regards to the transportation, I think that we need to put in more. We need to put in more in terms of our road networks, the availability of the road, the condition of the road, and also have a lot of service providers in terms of a tractor. If the tractor is able to get to the farm, for that it can be able to withstand some of the bad roads. At least it will be able to move some of these products out of the farm. So I believe that we need to work on all those. And we have to also find a way of digitizing our system in terms of connecting to markets. In terms of connecting to markets. Okay. Maybe we'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to talk a bit about the production before I come to the post-harvest losses. I think that in most cases, both small-scale and large-scale farmers miss it in terms of the production. They ignore soil testing, which is very important. You know, soil is the most important thing or product in terms of the food systems. So if you miss it right from the beginning, then you are likely to incur losses, and that's where the risks begin. So when you do effective soil testing and you know how much nutrients are there in the soil, then you know how much fertilizer, whether you are using mineral fertilizers or organic amendment, you need to incorporate. But mostly we are so much used to blanket application of fertilizers. So the farmer incurs a lot purchasing fertilizers which are expensive, and then they don't break even. So if you do effective soil testing, and then you know how much nutrients there are in your soil, and even if the soil is acidic, there are certain things you have to do to lime the soil, reduce the acidity before you apply the fertilizer, so that at least there is nutrient use efficiency. Then your crop yield is assured. So that is the production aspect. And now when we come to the post-harvest losses, I think that the earlier submission I made about the limited access to mechanization services is the issue. I give you a case in point in the Afuano Southeast District. And so there were farmers that we're working with. We deployed our rice, nature-based rice solutions, and then they adopted it. So there was a bumper harvest. But then when it got to time for harvesting, there was no machine to harvest it. The combined harvester was busy elsewhere, and then they were just waiting in a queue. And no, the rice was ripe, and then eventually it started dropping. So would this farmer be willing to adopt the technology again? When the rice yields increase, I can't harvest them. So they are not willing to adopt it. So for me, I think that it's a key area policymakers have to look at. The government, I think in one of their meetings or radio reportage, I heard that they wanted to create AMSTEC centers, so mechanization centers, but we still do not see it materialize. So I think if the government can look at that, that will help. And also, if we can have the private sector getting into this aspect where we can support farmers to get their equipment. Another case in point is Silim District, where farmers who, as cooperatives, have acquired this motorized equipment for tilling the land. They procured it, but in the end, when they broke down, they couldn't get spare parts. So it's really a challenge with the mechanization services. So I think that if government comes in and then the private sector comes in, that one helps. And for some farmers who are working as individuals, then it's a challenge because they don't have funds to buy these things. So we advise them to form a cooperative. So in the end, it is not pure engineering, it is more social engineering. It's also engineering, right? So we mix all that and then help the farmers to achieve food security. Yeah, thank you.
If I can add my 2 cents, I think the engineering part of the problem, the solutions exist. I think you look at the back of the picture in front of you, the solutions have been around for a long time, and new ones are coming, like drone services. I work in the mango zone, and when I see my chaps spraying the mangoes for induction or for, it breaks my heart because I know they're going to get sick. They wear the PPEs, and then before you know it, they've removed it, and they are walking through, insecticides, without any protection. So adopting, drones to spray will be faster, will be very consistent application of the crop. And, Madam, you should not apologize for calling Aboboya. It's a tricycle, by the way, for those who don't come from Ghana. Aboboya has been the biggest revolution maybe in agri-transport in the last maybe 50 years. I mean, you can imagine how many miles we used to go and cut cocoa on the backs, only one bag at a time. Aboboya has made it easy. Aboboya can go everywhere. I think with some engineering, Aboboya can, before we drive, you can move in, But Aboboya has been a big invention agriculture solution. So most of the solutions are around. The intermediation for extension and support services is what has broken down. The mechanization centers broke down long ago. And I understand that the first new and mechanization, Farmer Service Center 2.0 is coming. They are launching it next week or 2 weeks' time. The first one in Afram Plains, somewhere in Afram Plains. And I think government wants to deploy about 400 of such. That would be very good addition, so that the intermediation factor for both extension and mechanization can support farmers. But for medium scale and large scale, they have to, every farm has to be like a farmer service center by itself, and use it as a pivot for other farmers to learn. So every big farmer in an area, in Côte d'Ivoire, in some point in time, graduates were encouraged to become anchor farmers in agriculture belts, so that people go to their farm to learn. So they get support, they get a tractor, they get so farmers around them go to the farmer who's educated, has a good degree, to get essential service, seedlings, all the way to application. And post-harvest losses is another area altogether that I think we need to focus on. Before you farm a product, think about the market first. I think that's sometimes when the campaigns are going on, people rush into it and then they're faced with the market constraint. So marketing is going to be important in the future. But I do mangoes. I've never had a marketing problem. One company buys all my mangoes. Maybe I've been lucky, but they don't get enough mangoes to buy. Most of the mango processors in the country, in Zaom, go to Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina, and Togo in the lean season to buy mangoes. So we are not producing enough, and I think I support my brother that we don't produce enough. Even for the basic production, we don't produce enough. I mean, somebody made a comment that we say there's rice is a problem. The amount of rice we grow, maybe we will feed only Greater Accra region or something for 2 months. So we don't have enough production, and I think where your comment about scaling up, going to scale, and so on will become important, because if we focus only on the subsistence agriculture, we are not producing enough, not even for industrial products. Whether it's mango, whether it's rice, whether it's maize, we don't produce enough. There are periods where we think we are producing enough, and if we allow for exports, they all go away in 1 month, and we'll be stuck with. So production, I think I agree with my brother, we need to find a way to make farm systems productive. That's the first thing. Our rice yields are 4 tons per acre or something like that, when you could go to 15 or something tons. We're not doing very well with productivity. So I think that's one thing, and that's not only engineering. The engineering part, I think that we have solutions, but it's the packaging of the solutions and delivering to the farmer is the challenge.
So I'm still not hearing that we have engineering problems in agriculture. Is it just me? Or I feel like the problems we have are more policy-driven, financial constraints, and the engineering issues are because we don't have the monies to implement the solutions that we have in the sector. But one of the people I was hoping was going to be on the panel was the gentleman who was coming in from Ministry of Agriculture. Because when we look at our road sector and our transportation system, because I wanted us to touch on that, when we think about the master plan of the nation, and maybe this feeds into next year's conference, I'm not going to preempt and talk about it, but when we think about transportation network, and the Ministry of Roads and Transport is planning, all the things that we need to do for our road sector, how much of that discussion from an engineering point of view is driven by the Ministry of Agriculture in ensuring that food transportation and food security is also included? But that was a question I had for him. I'll touch on one last thing and then open up for Q&A. Am I allowed to? We're going to have a Q&A session. So I'll ask one last question, and then we would, from the transport to the energy efficiency of agriculture, as engineers, the solutions that we create in our research, in our papers that we write, how applicable are they in Ghana for a short to long-term period? Because we have and I'm sure when we go down to the exhibition centers and read all the beautiful things that we've written, they are all solutions we have. For instance, the grid systems that we want to introduce. How applicable are they for the solutions that we need in this country in a mid to long-term basis? And I'll come to you because you're the researcher, to kind of let me understand when we are thinking through our research and innovation about solution, and I want to touch on the two areas of transport and energy, how applicable are they from a mid to long-term basis in this country? I don't know if my question is clear.
Yeah, it's clear, but unfortunately, these are not my expertise.
Okay.
I can still share some thoughts on. I will take it from how we develop technologies to meet, to meet demand. So what we do is usually bottom up. So if, for instance, farmers in the transition to the Guinea Savannah zone have issues with compacted soils during the dry season, and they still have to prepare it, for the next rainy season, how do we develop tillage practices that could minimize the soil disturbance so that when the rains come, it can store enough water? So what we do is we mix the farmer knowledge with the new technology we want to bring on board, and then we set up demonstrations. So it is the farmers themselves also feel part of whatever we are developing. So that sense of ownership is there. But if we just go and then try to push it down their throat, then it's like we have brought something new, and usually the challenge is once the project ends, then they also stop using it. So for me, I think that in all areas of or all spheres of life, if we are developing solutions, we have to engage those that are expected beneficiaries, and that we know indeed what they want and then how we can solve their problems. So this, in generic terms, what I can say.
And actually, that was what I was trying to get a feel of, because I think sometimes, because we don't have that first-hand interaction with agriculture, we are very theoretical in the kind of solutions that we are coming up with as engineers. And we need to kind of drive the conversation from a place where we are in touch with what is really needed from an agriculture point of view, from the entire value chain. So you actually said you didn't have it, but you spoke right to the conversation. Please go ahead.
Okay. So to add to the energy bit, I think with regards to the energy, when I said it was a big challenge for the farmers, there is this net metering that is coming up. I don't know how fast it will be. Yes, that's why I've added. I don't know how fast it will be. We are really looking up to that net metering. And I think it's one of the major things that will help irrigation. Because when we introduce a solar system to the farmers, and then we have the ECG or the energy sector coming in with their net metering system, what will happen is that it will reduce the cost drastically. So they can now afford the energy for pumping water. And practically at Dowenya, the solar that was done there is not all, it's just a bit of it for now. There's going to be an expansion, but the system that is there already, which is the hybrid system, the introduction of the solar panel and the grid, the net metering is not working to a certain extent, because the solar, the power that is generated from the solar is not benefiting the farmers to a certain extent, because they are still paying a certain fixed amount from ECG, which they think that it shouldn't have been the case. Whatever they are paying should be compensated for because of the solar that's also generating power into the national grid. But they have been given a fixed amount rate to be paying, which in itself doesn't measure the energy that they are also supplying from their solar system, which to me is not motivating enough. So on the side of the energy, I think we need to really work at our net metering system so that it will be motivating enough to do more of such systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have a comment on that?
I think that you talked about transportation, the road networks that are being developed. I think largely, look carefully at the so-called big push and other names that you can call them. They look like, yeah, you know, they're removing some of the major logistical bottlenecks in the savannah, you know, across, both for transportation, both for agriculture and for, but in the agriculture zone, I think there should be some special attention paid to the agriculture zone where you can do more than the national roads, you know, and that you need to develop a saturated level of saturation that will allow you to go into the farm and not only to benefit the big farmers, but also to benefit the small farmers. So I think there's a bit of, you know, when they get to the agriculture zones, maybe you have to set up a cross-sectoral group to look at the planning of the roads infrastructure so that it can serve both the needs for agriculture as well as logistics and transportation. On energy side, I think my sister is right. Energy pricing now is maybe beyond the farmers' reach, you know, in terms of the small farmers. Even the big farmers are complaining. So I think when Guzi talked about the solar panel they want to do for even Dawa, the industrial park of Dawa, there's 100 megawatts solar plant that is being done specifically for all the industries in the Dawa, because if you use the ECG price, most of the industries will not come. So there should be, for some of the packs, I mean, you could do the intermediation, but it's just more the whole telemetry of the area. If you can't measure, you can't manage, you know, so you need to do the bulk meters, you need to do the lateral meters, you need to do the user meters and so on in a more concentrated form to benefit farmers.
Okay. I think we've touched on the key areas that I wanted us to discuss. Looking at time, I want us to jump into our Q&A. I don't know who's going to moderate the questions and answers, but I already see hands up. And so I will ask for those who have their hands up, if you don't mind, we'll do a lineup on this aisle and another lineup on this aisle so that we'll take 2 microphones there. Do we have people who can help with this? Okay. So we'll have just on this aisle, and then also on this aisle, those who have questions can. I would have to get a different microphone too.
This one? Oh.
And then we'll need, there are microphones there for you, so you're fine. So at some point, I'll cut off the line, and I hope you understand. There are more people on this side, and so I will start. Engineer President, do you have a question? Okay, so I'll start with you. We can't hear.
You mentioned about the fact that.
Please mention
My name is Daniel Allen. I'm of PURC, but I used to be with Irrigation Authority. You mentioned the fact that, I mean, we are doing a lot of, we need big farming, and we are not doing a lot of small. But I noticed that in business, and all big businessmen started small. Like when you are driving a car, you start at a low gear and you move up a higher gear. If you collapse, you can't become big. The problem is the issues that are facing. And I think if young engineers, young people can enter into farming and things go well, they can grow. One problem that we face is land use. When I was with irrigation, I saw we had the land map of Ghana. Right now, what is happening is we are selling agricultural land that is good for particular crops for putting up buildings. Things are not going to work. Now, the other thing is that implements are very expensive. My father had a sugar factory. He worked with Commander Estuary and set up his own. The problem many farmers are facing is it's difficult for one farmer to get a tractor or other things. Either engineers can see whether you can do small things for them to use, or you have something central within districts or places for them to work. Then we have a situation about research. For example, sugar. What happens is that plants need water and sunlight. We only focus on water. But research showed that sugar would only do well above the Ashanti region. So anything you do below the Ashanti, below a particular belt is not going to be economically feasible. That is why, for example, Burkina Faso will do well and Ghana will not do well. Then we have what we now call results-based management. With results-based management, you don't just see a problem and walk into it, I'm going to solve problem. Then you are going to have a problem where farmers are waiting for machines to come, or how do you call it? Marketing becomes a problem. With results-based management, you look at the things, you look at the problems, you deal with all those things before you start. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I was hoping I'd hear a question, but we appreciate the inputs that you've also thrown into the picture. We appreciate that. We'll take, and please, if you have questions, kindly be straightforward and put your questions across in a timely manner. Thank you.
Mine is a contribution. The name is Robert Austin. I'm an irrigation engineer. I like it when it was said that we have to be very intentional. It sent me to this morning when a number of points were made about us being at the table when the decisions are being taken. I will use 2 examples to illustrate what we have been confronted with in Ghana, post-harvest losses. We say that to some point, even tomato, 50% of it is lost. And when you hear us talk about solutions, everybody is talking about cold chain. We just discussed energy. But research shows that if you harvest, or let me put it this way, first we have to connect the smallholder farmer to the market. And then when you harvest the tomato and keep it under a shade, you extend its lifeline. Can we put a little bit more money in research to improve these simple processes? That is one. The second is that so far we have been crying. Our farmers are aging. Our farmers are aging. I will tell you 2 stories. And it all comes from experience. I was going to Takoradi and I saw some rice farmers there. And when I went around to speak with them, they told me they came from Apipe. So the youth need practical examples of what we want them to do as farmers. Then we'll get a lot of them going in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions as well.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Nancy Ampia, and I have 2 questions. The first one is, in Ghana, do we have a map that shows the various crops grouped in zones that thrive? So, for example, if we pick this map, any prospective farmer will know, okay, if I live in Ho, if I go into cultivating this, it will thrive. Okay, do we have a map like that? Then the second question is, there is a lot of talk about food security. What crops should a prospective farmer cultivate? Are we just planting different crops, or is Ghana interested in certain crops, the cultivation of certain crops to achieve this food security that we've been discussing for a while? So the first one is the map, and then what crops should a prospective farmer consider cultivating?
So this is our first question that needs to be addressed. So please note it down. We'll take 3 questions and take the answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to come to this side because now the outline is getting longer. No,
thank you
I'll
very
come
much.
to you after. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is George Nana Edudako. I'm the immediate past president for the Ghana Engineering Students Association at KNUST. I'm currently a national service personnel at Anglo Gold Ashanti Obuasi. So when we talk about food security means that we have access to nutritious food that can meet our dietary needs for an active and healthy life. But here is the case in Ghana. Illegal mining is destroying the very water bodies that farmers are using to irrigate their crops. So how can technology, or how is technology being used to protect our agricultural water sources from illegal mining so that we can safeguard long-term food security? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the second question. We'll take the third one. So the third one will be from here, and then once we are answering that and you want to sit for a bit, please feel free to do so, and then we'll get you to the next set of 3 questions.
Okay, Afari. I was thinking, talking about the things we are causing to agric. Would also appreciate talking about what agric is causing to the environment. We've not talked about that one. Madam mentioned that they want to experiment the use of groundwater in irrigation farming. And studies have also made us aware that groundwater extraction causes subsidence. So have you thought of that aspect of it? And then subsidence. Deformation, yeah. So, and then the other aspect of it is agric also destroys our forests. Have you thought of that one too? And what are we doing about it? There's another aspect of it. I'm the devil's advocate, yeah. So the people who plant along the mountains, they in a way cause the soil bearing capacity to reduce, making erosion occur on the mountain areas. And we did an experiment at the Adaklu Mountain. So 2017, there was a landslide on the mountain, and then it covered some farmlands over there. And we realized that the amount of rainfall quantified around that time was less to cause a landslide. So that means that the soil bearing capacity was affected by the cropping activity going on there. So we need to consider those ones too. Thank you.
Okay, so the three questions that have been asked, the first one, you've noted them down. Okay, please go ahead. Engineer Atubon, do you want to start?
I think I'll start with the last speaker. As engineers, we have to be very clear in the suggestions you provide. I mean, some of the questions you posed were not factual. You know, I can tell you that. So I think let's be a little more nuanced in what we ask. I mean, you play the devil advocate, all right, but you are still an engineer. You know, so subsidence will, some areas depend on the volume you extract. But in Ghana, groundwater there are very few groundwater aquifers actually in Ghana. You know, it's more fractured soils and so on. And so subsidence is not your problem. And the volume of extraction that you are getting won't create that kind of problem. So I think don't worry about that. And also, I don't think that the Adaklu Mountains fell because, you know, I'm just making a point that as engineers, we need to be careful what we say, you know, because people take us serious. And also, but just on a substantive part of food security and the map, actually, there exist some maps. And I think anybody who is doing large-scale agriculture will look for maps. Or the extension officers should have these maps to advise the farmers in their area. And I think that, but the maps are not, they are aggregate maps, but sometimes you have to drill down and do the soil analysis and so on to be able to see what crop will grow best in your area. The other one, I think what somebody mentioned about Galamsey and illegal mining is illegal mining. I don't think we should have any tolerance for illegal mining in our space. That we allow people to destroy our rivers and then we spend money cleaning the rivers. Their mining spaces will be degraded anyway, and we need to plan for it. And I think some people are very innovative. They are looking at cultivating some of the mining sites, and it prevents opportunity for agroforestry, it presents opportunities. But I think that illegal mining, for me, that we should do everything possible to prevent illegal mining. Mining concessions, they have protocols to observe. We need to police those protocols and then take the opportunity maybe to do large-scale farming in some of those areas that will be rehabilitated out of farming. I think I'll leave the rest to the professor to answer.
Okay, thank you. Let me also start with the issue of the subsidence of the land as a result of over-extraction of groundwater resources. You know, these issues are common in Mexico City, and in China. But for Ghana, our groundwater resources are largely untapped. So we have a huge potential to tap the groundwater resources to support irrigation. So we don't have an issue with the land settling or subsiding or subsidies. Yeah. And yeah, now let me come to the issue of soil suitability or land suitability for crop production. Yes, the Soil Research Institute has done that for the entire country. But like my boss said, they are costs. So for instance, if you are having a map scale of, let's say, 1,000 kilometers by 1,000 kilometers, or even if it is 200 kilometers by 200 kilometers, and you have 1 hectare of land to cultivate, you can't rely on that cost map. So at least it can give you an idea of where certain crops could be grown. But if you have your piece of land, you still have to come to the Soil Research Institute, and then we can do your site-specific soil suitability. And then even you realize that on 1 hectare of land, that is like on a standard football pitch, you can see that certain places will be good for rice, other places for tomato, other places for cassava, depending on the active life, or let's say the rooting depth of the place, the land, the different locations on your site. So it's still good to do soil suitability to be sure about which crops to grow at a certain place. And you were asking if, as a country, we have some target crops, target food security crops. We have our staples. Maize is number 1, and then rice comes in, and then so we have our staples. And then, for instance, if there are also even underutilized crops that currently attentions have been drawn to. So if you have a particular, let's say, a piece of land and you want to go into cropping, definitely you want to go into the production of what you can have easy market for, okay? And then what the country is also yearning for. Everybody is eating rice. Everybody eats maize and then maize foods. So those are the places, those are the crops you can target. And definitely the Crops Research Institute has also done this nationwide survey to know the crops, the food types and the demand that we have to meet for the country. So if you need specific information, you can contact the CSIR Crops Research Institute and you can get this information. I've written the questions here, so I just want to touch on what I can respond to and then leave everything for Madam to handle. Yes, and then the issue of effect of illegal mining on agriculture, and we're asking if we can have some technologies to minimize the impact. Like my boss said, I'm sorry, your name, yes, Engineer To said, the panacea is to stop illegal mining. But now, as engineers, definitely we have abandoned mining sites. What are we doing to those places? So for me, those will be the areas that I will more or less exert my energy to trying to provide solutions. So the Soil Research Institute, in collaboration with University of Cape Coast, we are looking at how the abandoned gold mining site could be remediated using organic amendment. So we try compost, corn cob biochar, rice husk biochar. And most of these abandoned sites are acidic. So when you use the biochar, you realize that they will increase the pH, so definitely reducing the acidity and all that. And then we will realize that when you use compost at a mining site, so we used an area in the Manso area. And then, that's an endemic Galamsey area. And then we saw that compost reduces the movement of cadmium in those areas when it rains and then the place is waterlogged. You realize that compost limits the movement of cadmium. But then when you apply biochar, which ordinarily will increase the pH, it facilitates the movement of arsenic. And arsenic too is easily absorbed by rice. So it means that the use of organic amendment for certain areas has to be done with caution. You have to first of all know the kind of potentially toxic elements, or in other words, heavy metals there, before you choose the kind of organic amendment. So we published that in a very high impact journal, Hazardous Materials. It means the results were good. Yeah, and then secondly, in collaboration with the CSI, Forestry Research Institute of Ghana, we wanted to get the facts on this issue of all vegetables from Galamsey areas are polluted. And then you see that the public was so frightened, myself. So we didn't want to ride on emotions. As researchers, we wanted the facts. So we also started picking samples of soils, water, and then crops from these Galamsey areas in Ashanti and then the eastern region. And then we saw some results for the raining season. We don't want to make noise now. We are now currently repeating the study for the dry season too, so that we will ensure that the results we have had and results have been validated, and then we can make noise and tell you that or if there are alarming concerns, then we can tell the policymaker to take action. But now the issue is that if I go to the market, how do I know that this vegetable here is safe for consumption or not? So we can get the result that, oh, okay, for this Galamsey area, the crops are safe. But when I get to Bantama market, how do I know that this crop is from the safe place or not? So I'm sure Food and Drugs Authority has to come in it. And this one, is it policy engineering or engineering policy? All right. So maybe before I end, one was also asking about the effect of agric on the ecology, because we're always talking about how other areas are affecting agriculture, but not the other way around. You know, this issue of bioengineering in terms of genetically modified organisms or varieties. Now, because of food insecurity concerns, globally, there is the drive towards the use of GMOs. But then, if you use it, there are the negatives and the positives. You can feed the world, but then you realize that the subsistence farmer may not get the right seed to be using and has to always rely on the multinational companies to supply them with seeds. And also, in terms of pollination, no one knows if an insect picks something from a genetically modified crop and it gets to our traditional crops, what will happen when we consume? Right. What will happen to us? So these are concerns that scientists have to really take time and then err on the side of caution and investigate into before we can really embrace.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So initially, I was hoping we would take an additional 4 questions. It's going to be we had 2 people who had been standing for some time. So I would let Madam keep her comment on the last one, because I know they picked a lot of what you were already going to speak about. We'll take those 2 questions. I'm having to look at the MC's face, and I know if he had a gun, he would point it to my head. But the president and president-elect had questions. So there'll be the last 2. I would ask you to make yours, the 2 standing, make yours very brief, and then I'll take the president-elect and president's question, and that will be it. So we'll take all this 4 together, and I'll ask our panelists, please answer these in the most succinct and straightforward manner as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Christabel Ayiku, General Secretary from Ghana Engineering Students Association at KNUST. So please, my question is for youths who are interested in agriculture or farming, are there any documentations and research information that we can have access to? During your presentation, you spoke about Crop Research Institute. So if you could mention other organizations we could get information to get started with. And then another thing too was with our food security, we didn't have a lot of discussion concerning processing, like processed food. So if there could be any input about that, since we are trying to tackle post-harvest losses. Thank you.
I would answer this one we would have to, on your question, in terms of database, we would have to find a database system and share with your institution. I would not let my panelists answer because of time. And then on the second issue of processing as well, the reason we were looking more at the engineering aspect of it and not really the process in terms of processing infrastructure. So that's the reason why we didn't touch on that part. So we kind of put processing in line with post-harvest issues as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Professor Engineer Christopher Maina from Kenya. And my question is to Engineer Brown. You mentioned a bit about making agriculture engineering sexy or something. And my question was, give us practical ways where we can make agriculture more attractive to Gen Zs, especially at this time when we need it most. And then number two, the question was based on the picture behind us. We see drones, we see tractors, we see some wind turbines, but the panelists are only from agriculture. So I was wondering, could it be an issue of also lack of synergy between the engineering disciplines? That's why we are not bringing all this technology together to solve the issue of food technology, food security. Thank you.
So, unfortunately for those on the floor, we've closed the number of questions we have. We'll quickly take Engineer Sophia and Engineer Hesse. And then please, those of you who had questions and were not able to ask your questions, we'll have a moderator take it. I will even volunteer to come to you and take your question, and we'll try and answer post-conference. So, Engineer Brown, there was one question for you. Okay. Once we take these two, you answer them.
Yeah, mine is really quick. So my friend Harold here, Engineer Harold, he has worked for some time. He has some money, but he hasn't got time. He wants to be part of, the supply chain. Where does he go? How does he start? He hasn't got time, but he has money. So in looking for the data, maybe it's one of the data that you want to. And then the other thing, as you go through Africa, I mean, the way we market our produce is basically the same. We find them on the ground. I don't know whether anybody is looking into that as engineers. Is anybody working on something, a solution for us to make our produce, safe?
All right. Okay, so Engineer President, you be the last question, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you. Thank you. Agric Sexy. I listen to Joy FM a lot, and on the Super Morning Show, Kojo something and Winston, Akoto Boatin, they are both farmers, and they talk about farming. Meanwhile, they are sitting as lead anchors on Super Morning Show. And Atu Brown is very sexy, and he is in farming. So sometimes we are underrating the sort of people. The man who came to criticize us at ethics lecture, Senor, is in farming. There are so many people who are very sexy who are in farming these days. So probably there's something going on that we have not taken notice of. Probably, I'm not too sure. But again, the policy people will have to look out for these people. And when we are looking for the intermediaries, the people to help to anchor the farming around them, probably they are out there already. So if we want to build 400 mechanized centers around the country, probably the people who should be giving the money to do those things are there already, and not new procurement and new found farmers and things like that. So. And then there was a question about prioritized crops. Actually, the last government, they prioritized 11 crops. I think in my address I mentioned it. This government also appears to have been prioritizing some crops that they want to go into. The question is that, is there continuity? Or is there that one government comes and says, I'll do Abele, and then another one comes and says, I'll do Omo. I'm not too sure, but sometimes it's the way we do business that is a problem, and it's not the fact that we are not prioritizing enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there are two questions. Engineer Atobron, I'll let you tackle those two questions, and then I'll give the panelists their closing 1 minute each for closing statements.
I do not
about the sexy part, but I think what I said was that we have to make engineering sexy. 2 weeks from now, I'm building 4 greenhouses, and I'm putting full automation that I can check the farm anywhere I will be on my cell phone. You know, the pumping regime, the electricity, it will calculate the amount of electricity I use, the amount of water, you're recycling the water, so you reduce a lot of, so that's the kind of sexy I'm talking about, that young people appreciate. And the young lady, if you are in tech, contact, there's a center in every 16 universities where some professors are incubating young agri-entrepreneurs, you know, that can use technology in agriculture to fix problems. The guy you saw, the soy sauce thing, is kids like those from the universities that are working on processing of agri-produce. So there's a whole movement out there. And I think also when you have money, you want to go into agriculture, there are 2 companies I can mention, Grow For Me and Combined Farmers. They've been able to raise $10 million each in the market, you know, to grow for people. You know, so there are platforms that are being established, and that's what young people are maybe attracted to most, not the back-breaking jobs. Back-breaking, you can solve with some irrigation, some automation, minimal automation, but don't go too far and lose the kids also. You know, the capacity is important, so you grow, you let the technology grow with them, not to, bring solutions that they will fail anyway. You know, so there's just a whole growing movement, and you know, those are my boys. You know, who we meet at a farm to talk about ideas. A lot of young people are going into farming. You know, so come by the farm. You know, I'm good at telling stories, and I can tell you stories from Kazakhstan to Saudi Arabia, anywhere in the world, and on innovations that are making the youth. You know, but I think we still have to resolve the question of the intermediation by government policy. 3 of the agri ministers in the past have all been, and including the current one, are serious farmers. So I don't know how they cannot translate productivity on their farms to agriculture for the country. I think that's the question. When you meet them, you can ask them. But they are all solid farmers. From Ifriye is the biggest coffee farmer in the country, is the biggest, what's called, nutmeg farmer in the country. Brian Nachampon is the tomato farmer. The president himself has about 2,000 acres of soy, you know, and so on. So they are role models in the system. The disconnect between policy and practice is something that we need to, you know, work on. And I believe that if we can focus on agriculture zones, deliberate, intentional commercial farming in those areas, that will be better than spreading it, you know. Agriculture, by the way, is not for everybody. So the sexy part stops there. It's not for everybody. You know, it's not for everybody. If you don't have the persistence, the tenacity, and the love for it, don't start. Because sometimes it's good to start this as a hobby and let it grow off you and become a business. You know, but don't put all your eggs in one basket that you want to go and do agriculture. Be careful, talk to people before you jump. Awesome. I think that's what I would say.
Awesome. So we'll take I said 1 minute, I'll make it 30 seconds. So I'll take your closing statements in 30 seconds each.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to mention that engineering the food security is really crucial, and the focus shouldn't be on increasing yield, but also ensuring food safety, especially in our country in the face of illegal small-scale mining, which is polluting our water bodies. These water resources are used for rice production and also for fish farming. And now we are even integrating rice and fish at the Soil Research Institute. But nobody is testing the water. So I don't know, in India, it is a policy that everybody tests irrigation water, but Ghana, it's not. But we are consuming all this. So I'm using this platform to call the policymakers to enact policies in this direction. And also for our vegetables, is it already time for Food and Drugs Authority to issue licenses for vegetables before they can be sent to the market? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last panelist.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to say that even though the whole agri sector seems to be moving slowly. We are still moving. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority will send Ghana to that point where we'll have that food security. We have moved from canals, we have moved from line canals, we are trying to pipe our systems, we are doing sprinklers, drips, we have gotten to center pivots, we have automation systems that are coming up. So I believe that it's a matter of time, we'll get there. Thank you.
Awesome. Please put your hands together for our three panelists. We've had a good conversation. They've all given us some insight into this. I think for me, the key takeaway is that a lot of the issues we have is multi-sectorial. Engineering solutions to the food security and sustainable agriculture sector would not only be dependent on us as engineers, but it would also depend on our financing structures and also our policymakers to ensure that these become a fruition. So thank you all so very much. We've enjoyed this panel discussion. I hope you have too. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And before our panelists go, let's take a group picture. But just before we take the picture, we want to acknowledge all our panelists, and I'd like to invite the president to help me give this award. We're going to give a certificate of attendance or participation. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and we have a plaque for you. So we'll start off with... Thank you so much. And we're moving on to Ms. Engineer Dr. Ephraim. Thank you so much. We'll take a group picture. Yeah. And last but certainly not the least, Engineer Arthur Brown. So a certificate of appreciation and something to put on your wall to remember GHI. All right. Last but not the least, our moderator. We want to say thank you to our moderator. You got something, even though you've worked with us for years. Our moderator, Engineer Ya Obenewa Okujeto. Thank you. And if we can take a group picture with your plaques, Mr. President, you can come this way. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Make a breakout session. Breakout session. Yeah. We'll go straight into it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. We're going to move on very quickly into our breakout sessions. As has earlier been explained, technical session 1B is happening in this room. Technical session 1B is happening in this room. Technical session 1A is happening just on the floor below us. If you go to, there's a second door at the back, and there's another room in there already set up. And the theme for technical session 1A, which is happening downstairs, is infrastructure for sustainable agricultural value chain, which will have the chair, Engineer Professor Nyatwame. Thank you so much. And we'll have our rapporteur, Engineer Cynthia Gamadeku. I'm right, yes? Who will be moderating the event and who will be writing up on the events for us. What will be happening here will be on the theme climate smart agricultural systems, and we have our own engineer Sophia Abnatijani, who will be the chair, and then we'll have our rapporteur, Engineer Francis Amoa. So if we can kindly make our way, those immediately within 5 minutes. Those who want to be here, you move forward. Those who want to go to technical session 1A, you quickly move down there. And those of you who want to also go and explore the Innovation Center, that is also opened. But for an engaging session, in the next 5 minutes, we will start. And then when we're done, our coffee break that we should have had ages ago, we'll have it together and we'll say goodbye to each other. So can we kindly move so that we can start the session exactly at 4:15? So we have 3 minutes to get to our breakout sessions, 3 minutes to get out to our breakout sessions. If you want to be here, kindly move forward. And then those who want to go to technical session 1A, please move downstairs and we will guide you there. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Do have to say we'll come back here afterwards, or we'll end up.
Funds,
And the various
the
chair
VRA
will
in the
close
middle of
out
2023
today's conference
completed the
in each of the
licensing,
sessions, and we
permitting,
will shall.
and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATBS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri Power Plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATBS), signifies not only the
Hello? Oh, I can see some people moving out. Are they? You are going down. This place is going to be exciting. Oh. So better stay with us. Okay, good evening once again. My name is Engineer Sophia Abena Tijani. I'm going to chair this session. I'm supposed to introduce myself, but I'll skip that and rather introduce my rapporteur, Engineer Francis Amwa. If you are here, can we see you? He's not here. So who is taking? Yes, he's here. And you are? Engineer Emmanuel Edu Afari. So he is going to be the rapporteur for this session. And this session we are discussing climate smart solutions. I mean, we just heard that one of the farms in Afram Plains, they have issues with electricity. Farmers are complaining about high cost of electricity. And so this section, we are going to talk about solar PV systems. There is also a presentation on agrivoltaic systems. We also look at effects of biostimulants on the growth, yield, and quality of moringa. And then we'll look at sustainable concrete solutions, and then using remote sensing applications and models to improve irrigation at our farms. So if the presenters are ready, what is going to happen, we will take all the presentations, that if you agree, we'll take all the presentations, and once we are done, we'll come and sit down and take your questions. And so may I have the first presenter, if he's ready, come upstage to make his presentation. And sir, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. We know you've taken time to prepare. So even though I was asked to give 10 minutes, I think I'll allow 12 minutes. But please don't go beyond 12 minutes. So. So you have moved down. That's what I'm saying, like this to move forward and this to back and these 2 points if you need to. These are the points. So come here.
So wait, am I using this microphone?
Hello, are the presenters here? Okay, so on this device you have the green to move forward, the red to come back, but you use this to scroll through your slides.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My presentation is on rooftop solar PV, grid integration and its impact on power factor degradation. Implication for energy efficiency in distribution services. Before I start, I would like to define some key words in the topic so that you can move along with me. So this is the presentation outline. And grid integration is simply having your solar PV, and because you don't have the capacity of the solar PV to satisfy all your load, you decide to connect it to the grid. So that at any point in time, your generation from the solar PV is not enough, you can pick the deficit from the grid. And anytime you generate more than you demand, you can put the rest onto the grid or sell it to the grid. So simply, that is it. Now, we have two ways or two systems or configurations. One, you have a battery system. One, you don't have a battery system. The one with the battery system means that anytime the grid is off, the battery is able to store the energy during the sun hours when the solar is generating. So when the grid is off, you can still rely on the battery until the battery is discharged. But in the case where there is no battery, you would have to go off at any time the grid is off. So the topic talk about power factor. What is power factor? In power system, we have two components, the active power and reactive power. And the existence of these two power components give rise to power factor. When the active power approaches zero, the power factor is zero. But when the reactive power approaches zero, the power factor approaches 1. Now, the power factor in the system is determined by the component, the magnitude of the P and the Q. When you have higher Q, which is the reactive power, you get lower power factor. When you have higher active power, you get a higher power factor. Now, what is the implication, economic implication? In distribution utility services, the unit that you are charged for power consumed is in kilowatt hour. Now, the kilowatt hour, the formula here is the voltage times the current times the power factor times the H, which is the hours. So it means that if you have a system where the power factor is degrading, is falling, you are going to record lower energy. So it can easily affect the distribution services, ECG and NETCO. Now, and linking this to the theme for this Congress, we are satisfying the SDG 7 and SDG 13, which talk of climate action and the clean and affordable energy. If you are, we are using solar PV, which is a green energy, which means that when you are integrating solar PV into the grid, you are going to reduce reliance on the grid. In that case, since the grid is majorly from the fossil fuel energy, it means that you are going to reduce the consumption of fossil fuel and, for that matter, CO2 emission. And if we reduce climate change, when we improve climate change, it means that we are going to, the rainfall pattern, which is erratic due to rising temperatures, will improve. That will help in agricultural production. If you have erratic rainfall pattern, your crops cannot grow and you will have to suffer it. Now, let's look at the theoretical concept of power factor degradation. If you have PV system, if you have PV system, you are integrating PV into the grid. PV inverters are primarily designed to deliver active power, which means that anytime you are generating active power, the system reactive power demand is increased because you are going to take the active power from the generation you have taken, and then you are going to create an imbalance because once you are generating active power locally, it means that you are going to reduce your active power intake from the grid. And you are still going to maintain the reactive power because you are not generating reactive power. So in the end, you are going to increase the reactive power intake, which will degrade your power factor. So the concept is that if you put in PV, power factor degrades. So the solution to this problem is to find a way of generating equivalent reactive power so that the active power you are injecting will not create that imbalance. Now, in the earlier inverters, it is prohibited to use inverters to generate active power. But this law, which is a standard, which is IEEE 929200 standard, has been revised in 2018, which permits inverters to generate reactive power along active power. But this has not come with challenges, because if you are operating a power system, anytime you generate reactive power from the same system, you have to create a margin. You have to reduce the active power generation to create a margin for the reactive power generation, which means that if you have a solar system where you have your inverter and you still want to produce reactive power, your solar panel will be producing active power, but you have to reduce the intake so that you can provide, or you can create room for the reactive power generation. So it means that if you have a PV system already, when you don't have access to that smart inverter, we have to find a way of resolving that, because we need to generate a reactive power outside the system so that we can compensate for the imbalance that is created because we have reduced our active power intake and then we still maintain the reactive power intake. So these are the challenges that come with using the same inverter to generate. You have to reduce it reduces the inverter lifespan, and then you have to curtail the active power generation. Now, the method now is to employ a system that will inject reactive power into the system. And someone will ask, why don't you go in for SVCs or STATCOM, static synchronous compensators, or synchronous voltage compensators? This is very expensive, and this cannot be applied for a rooftop solar PV like our system, because they need a complex algorithm, and they are very expensive to purchase. So the method is to, first, 3 scenarios are formulated. The first scenario is to put the reactive power or the capacitors at the various load centers proportional to the demand. The second is to distribute the shunt capacitors across the distribution network. And the third is to connect the shunt capacitors at the various points where the PV plants are connected. Now, let's look at the 3 scenarios. This is the first one, where the capacitors are distributed based on the reactive power demand at each connection point. Then the second is distributed evenly. The third one is where the various solar PV installation plants have a reactive power connected proportional to their capacity. Now, this is the simulation. Now the simulation is carried out. This point is where there is no solar PV. Then this line is where the solar PV is integrated. You can see the power factor collapse. And then this is the point where solar PV is, where a capacitor is integrated. And you can see the power factor improves. Now, if you look at the secondary axis, the secondary axis is the corresponding voltage, and the corresponding voltage for the various power factor, corresponding voltage at the various penetration level of the solar PV, and then the power factor injection, the reactive power injection. Now, if you look at this side, you realize that at the various penetration levels, the load is varied. At 80% load, the power factor degraded to 0.45 at the transformer end. And then when capacitor is injected, it has improved to 0.99. At 100% integration, we have 0.63. And then with the injection of capacitor, you have got into 0.95. The 120%, 0.72, and then 0.94. Now, the voltage has also improved with the capacitor injection. Now, if you go to the second scenario, it follows the same trend. Capacitor injection improved the power factor, and then the voltage also improved considerably. Now, the third scenario where the various solar plants have the capacitor injection proportional to their capacity, it follows the same trend. The power factor decline with the injection of the capacitor or reactive power, the power factor improves. Now, this is another critical analysis that was done. Now we link this to the energy accounting. Energy accounting simply means that the energy that you have sent to the system, how much are you able to account for? Now, if you look at this, the Dondo curve simply is indicating this point, the point where the power factor degradation is more prevalent. And at this point where the solar grid and then the PV contributes about 50% each to the energy demand. And you can see that, let me go straight to the results. Before compensation, the power factor declined to 9.84% when the metering is done at the various connection points. But after compensation, the losses in terms of energy accounting also improved to 9.01%. Now, when the metering is done at the transformer point, we have bulk metering and separate metering. Separate metering is the metering is done at the various connection points, and then the bulk metering, 1 meter is connected at the transformer end. Now, at the transformer end, the percentage of energy accounting dropped by 29.92%. And after compensation, it has improved by 5.9%. Then, in the second scenario, the energy accounting declined for separate metering before compensation to 9.84 and improved to 5.46 after compensation. Now, for bulk metering, the energy recording declined by 29.92 and improved by 4.04 after compensation. Now, the third scenario also followed the same trend, but in this case, there's a decline in both cases. And after compensation for bulk metering, the energy accounting declined by 29.92% before compensation and 6.27% after compensation. Now, recommendation and conclusion. The analysis shows that power factor decline with increasing PV and power factor increases as load demand grows and vice versa. Now, power factor performance depends on where PV systems are placed, shunt capacitors are deployed, and then the network configuration. And then another observation is that integration of power factor planning in distribution system planning is very essential, especially when the distributed PV integration increases. Then lastly, it has to do with policy and tariff recommendation. Should we shift from kilowatt-hour base, which is power factor dependent, to a kVA-based billing system? So I think that is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
So our second presentation is on agrivoltaic. Okay, the title is, Can Agrivoltaic Improve Vegetable Yield and Water Productivity in the Semi-Arid Climate? Lessons from the Topical Agrivoltaic Research Fields in Ghana. And please, my presenters, let's keep it within 12 minutes, and let's try to address, tell us the challenge that we are trying to solve before you tell us your solution. And maybe you can add why we should care, why we should listen to you, and how whatever you are presenting to us contribute to the food security issues we are discussing throughout the week. So the next presenter, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So my name is William Amponsan with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. So I'll be presenting on this project, which was sponsored by USAID, on agrivoltaic technology in West Africa. Green. Maybe they should click on it. Oh, sorry. All right, so my presentation will take this background, outline, so background, and then look at the key findings and conclusions. So in terms of our commitment as the ECOWAS bloc to the Paris Climate Agreement, we've actually prioritized energy transition, water security, and then sustainable agriculture. And it's very important that we look at the nexus between water, energy, and food here. One important thing has to do with what we call the Renewable Energy Master Plan. And then over the years, I think Energy Commission is looking at 500 megawatts. Now, I just had a conversation with one colleague, and then we are looking at almost 1,000 megawatts by 2030. And then if you look at traditional PV systems, that means we are going to require a lot of land, to do that. And looking at the conflict between different land uses, now things are expanding, agriculture is expanding, settlement is expanding, which is affecting our natural lands. So this project looked at how we can address some of these challenges by looking at how we can co-locate agricultural production and then PV power generation. Okay, so let me go back, I think. All right, so when we talk about agrivoltaic, we are looking at how we can co-locate these two, how we can produce energy from solar power panels, and then at the same time, look at how we can produce food under them. And it has a lot of advantages, what we call the underlying principles. For example, we can maximize land use, we can improve crop production, maximize water use efficiency, PV, power generation, and also what we call sustainable agriculture, when we can have water and everything produced within the same land for that, right? And a lot of studies have been done looking at the advantages of this agrivoltaic, and most of them in North America, Europe, and Asia. And one critical thing is whenever such studies are done, the underlying thing is, this will be beneficial to sub-Saharan Africa because of one, poverty, because one, we have unlimited solar radiation, we have food security problems and all that. So we got this funding to actually do this research to look at how that would fare well in this sub-region. And we can link this to different SDGs, as you can see here. So the red are what directly linked to, and then, of course, the black ones are indirectly, because if you reduce hunger, then definitely we are moving to zero poverty, because a hungry man is always an angry man and a poor man. All right, so the project objective, we looked at 3 levels. So the operational level, and that's what I'll be talking about most. We've also done at the community level how farmers perceive this technology, and also the policy level. We did a stakeholder engagement, and I'll present the result here. So without wasting much time, these are the work packages. I'll just go. So this is experimental design where we have the traditional open field systems. We have the agrivoltaic system where we locate PV and then traditional system, then PV only over there. So this is the panel design. I'm not going to go into detail. So ideally, this is the rooftop of the panels, and then we have a situation where the traditional, the one on the far right, the traditional system, you just mount the panels on the ground surface. And then for what we are proposing, the agrivoltaic, you raise it to a point where farmers can have the liberty to cultivate special vegetables below, and then they will still have the energy on top of that. So these are some pictures of the installations. And then this is, we did what we call the Tropical Agrivoltaic Research Field, one in Tamale, the New Energy Research Field, one at the CSIR in Kumasi. So these are the 2 fields. And for data collection, we had a weather station that collected climate data, temperature, relative humidity. We also look at soil moisture and temperature within about 10 millimeters of the soil. We have solar irradiation and on the soil and the panel temperature. We also look at plant canopy humidity and then temperature, and of course, they were all connected to our data logger, which took data every 5 minutes over the period, right? So I'm just going to go straight into showing some of the results and give you the key conclusion. So this is weather data, and of course, you saw that temperature higher in Tamale, relative humidity lower in Tamale relative to what we have in Kumasi. For soil moisture, of course, we also looked at agrivoltaic had enormous impact compared to agriculture. That means it conserved a lot of water for productivity. That's for forest. And there's also temperature, which has the inverse relation. So the higher the temperature, the lower moisture content is stored. So we have forest, which is Kumasi, and then savanna, which is, this is also the plant canopy humidity for forest. And then we have the plant canopy temperature for savanna. This is for forest. I'm just going to go and give you the key findings. Okay, so solar irradiation, we realize that for Tamale, there's a lot of irradiation compared to that of Kumasi because of the temperature. This is under soil temperature. And one important thing we looked at is the difference between the PV temperature, which actually impact energy production, and then the traditional open field. And as you can see, for Tamale, if it is below 0, that means PV controlled the under panel temperature. But Kumasi had the opposite effect, and probably this could be due to the higher relative humidity that has greenhouse effects on the atmosphere, just like we have greenhouse gases. So for plant growth, this is just to show you the trend of plant height, but we have a lot of plant parameters we took, and generally, agrivoltaic actually produce high vegetative growth compared to the open field agriculture. And this is yield related. Realize that for agrivoltaic, we have different plant type, tomatoes, pepper, and egg. Generally, we didn't really see much difference between the yield from agrivoltaic and then traditional, but you can see that Kumasi produced relatively higher yield than Tamale, and then we can also see that open field in Tamale has relatively higher yield, but not that significant. So moving on to the key findings, realize that agrivoltaic reduced soil temperature and increased soil moisture in both climatic zones, and this could be very important for irrigation agriculture, because we are not going to supply more water under these panels. We also realized that for Tamale, agrivoltaic reduced the under panel temperature, but increased that in Kumasi, and this can have enormous effect on PV panel energy generation or production, because we know above 25 degrees Celsius, then the efficiency of panels begin to reduce. For vegetative growth, realize that agrivoltaic system produced relatively higher vegetative yield compared to the traditional, but we didn't see any significant improvement in the yield or crop water productivity between the two. And then the concept of land equivalent ratio. So if you look at the benefits in using the same land for both PV generation and then crop production, realize that there's a lot of benefit in there, because each site produces about 13.5 kilowatts. And if we look at maximum or minimum hours of 5 hours, then we're looking at about 68 kilowatt hour per day, which is very important. And so finally, to prevent the issue of just shelf and research for every project we do, we actually had stakeholder engagement where we invited people from the Energy Commission, Ministry of Energy, MOFA, farmers, researchers, to look at how this can actually be uptaken. And these are short summary of some of them. So for example, MOFA actually understood that currently in the country, we don't have imminent threat to land use between agriculture and solar. So maybe this wouldn't be appropriate at this time, but in the framework of maybe cocoa, nursery, those with cocoa board, and also as well as other tree seedling production, we can have this in rural areas where instead of traditional hut on it, we can have this PV, which can generate energy for rural areas. And also for Energy Commission, the PI for this project is actually one of, should I say, the authors or the technical men in looking at the Renewable Energy Master Plan, right? And then we are pushing for about 5 to 10% when we are looking at large-scale, utility-scale PV systems for investors to actually include this as that. And then power-producing authorities like VRA and then they also came, and then one important thing is they want to push agrivoltaic as one of their social responsibilities. But I was downstairs, I saw BPA, they are doing a lot of projects on solar, and then all I saw was the traditional mounted system. So I'm asking myself, what happened to their commitment to include this as part of their social responsibilities? Farmers in general see this as a very good thing, especially those in the rural areas. But of course, if you look at the initial high cost for solar installation, then they will need a bit of support from government, donor agencies, and development partners. And for researchers, looking at the results, we look at it as to be appropriate to consider leafy vegetables because of the vegetative growth, and also how we can actually utilize the excess solar energy. For example, if we can have storage systems for our vegetable in terms of freezers and all that. Thank you very much. So this is our partners and sponsors. Thank you. Did I do well in time?
Thank you very much, Engineer William Aponsa. You did so well on time. And I hope Engineer Emmanuel Bafili, I got it correct, will also follow suit. So Engineer Emmanuel Bafili is speaking on the effect of biostimulants on the growth, yield, and quality of moringa. Is it oleifera? I got it right. In the square foot. So please tell us why we are improving yield of moringa. And
Good evening. My name is Emmanuel Bafile, and I'm presenting on the effects of biostimulants on the growth and yield of Moringa oleifera. But this presentation, I'll concentrate more on the nutritional aspect very well. This is a work that is done to mimic urban area. We all agree to the fact that the world is becoming a global world, and majority of us like to live in urban areas. And the more we live in the urban areas, the more we eat. A lot of us eat from urban area, but we don't produce enough. Why? We have issues of saying that we don't have enough lands, we have soil fertility declining and all those things. But the fact that we have all these challenges, what do? We still need to eat, meaning that we have to bring in systems that will help us to produce food that will be enough to feed us as we are facing food security issues. Normally, we talk about food security without considering the nutritional, security aspect. For instance, my work is basically on vegetables, and vegetables are crops that are very delicate to deal with, particularly when they are traveling from far distance and you don't put them in the right transportation systems. Before they get to the final consumer, the consumer will only buy a vegetable that is not, fresh, that is not nutritious enough. And that is why it is important we bring in systems that will help us to produce. And that is the square foot garden system, where the smallest space you have in your home, you can transform that one into production system. Amend that soil, no matter how poor the soil is. You bring in organic material to amend the soil based on the plant growth requirements, and then you'll be able to produce food. So let me just quickly go through the presentation. So this work, it was a collaborative work, and these are the other partners as well. So just as I said, Moringa oleifera is a tree crop, and all of us seated here, or many of us seated here, have known, or we are aware about Moringa oleifera and its nutritional benefit. So I'm not going to bore us with a lot of things. But what I would just say is that we call it miracle tree, not just because the name is supposed, but because of its wonderful things that it can do to us. Both environmentally, water companies use the seed cake to purify water, pharmaceuticals, the other production systems like the cosmetic industries also use its seed oil for so many things. So it is called a miracle tree as a result of so many important things it can do to us. So it's very nutritious, contain nutrient, proteins, carbohydrates, phenolic compounds, and other bioactive compounds as well. But the problem we have is that in Ghana, it is mainly cultivated in a small scale form. We are not doing it in large scale, and not even incorporated into the mainstream agriculture. We talk about it, but not in the mainstream agriculture as well. So the global moringa market is also expanding as well. And this is a data from 2024 from Global Market Forecast telling us that moringa industry is expected to grow by $14 billion by 2030, which means that there's potential in the moringa industry as well. So the square foot garden is a very efficient way of producing crops. That the smallest space of land you have, maybe 4 meter by 4 meter or even 1 meter square, you can amend that land and use it to produce food. So just as I said, this is the research statistics of the globalization and how the world is becoming globalized, and we need to incorporate production systems. So the main objective of this work was to check how biostimulants, when we talk about biostimulant, organic materials that have the ability to improve crop yield, how can it improve soil nutrient and also improve the nutrition of the crop as well. And as I talk about, vegetables are very delicate and we don't need to produce them at a far place with bad root networks. It means that we need to have them close, just as we were discussing this afternoon. When you are going to the market to buy, the question is, how do you know that this vegetable is sound enough for consumption? But if you have it home, you don't need to walk far. You just go out there, harvest your thing, go back, and you have it fresh and nutritious. So the other parameters I look up, or we look at, was the proximate, which we dealt with the proteins, the carbohydrate, the fat, and we also look at some mineral contents as well. So the study was conducted at the Department of Horticulture, KNUST, and it adopted a randomized complete block design. This is a field work, and then for treatment with 3 replications. And also, these were the treatment combinations. We have control, which is a topsoil. That's the normal soil with poultry manure. Then the other treatment as follows. Then this is the field layout. This was how the whole field was laid out. This was the whole land area. We have 4.2 meter by 4.2 meters. And then the whole place was dug out, mixed with the materials and backfilled to improve root development as well as nutrient retention. And then this is how the whole construction was done. And this is where engineering tools have to be developed so that we remove this drudgery of digging and also ensure that we make it more, efficient. So these are the treatment applied: calcified, biochar, and ecoenzyme. The biochar, for instance, help in soil porosity and also help in soil nutrient retention, as well as it also prevents nitrogen leaching. Biochar has the ability to hold soil nutrient and release it back to the plant when the plant needs it. That is when nutrient is in excess. And then the ecoenzyme, which is biological materials, has the ability to enhance biological properties and then also improve nutrient mineralization. And then the calcified, which also can be applied both foliar and then soil, has the ability to enhance foliar nutrient and also stress resistance also. So this is the field. This was a field. So with the analysis, we analyzed the protein, that is the proximate parameters that we took were the protein, the fiber, fat, and ash, and the moisture, and then with the minerals. Then the analysis was done using the analysis of variance, using the Tukey's HSD means we separate, and then at a p-value of 0.05. So these are the graphs for the proximate parameters. So with proteins, we realized that looking through this data, there was a significant increase in protein among the leaves, and the combined treatment outperformed the control, telling us that it was efficient as well. And then also with ash content, same happened here, where we have the combined treatment performing. I'm more concentrated on the leaves because with moringa, we are interested in the leaf, even though the other parts were analyzed for animal feed processing and other reasons. But for the sake of time, I'll concentrate on the leaves. And we also realized that with ash content, the biochar calcified treatment outperformed the control. Then when we come to fiber, we realize that fiber too, the combined treatment, which is biochar calcified ecoenzyme, outperformed the control as well. Then we come to moisture content, and then we see that with moisture content, the biochar calcified treatment performed better. And when we come to the minerals, calcium content, we realize that the combined treatment, which is biochar calcified enzymes, performed better. It means that the treatment was effective. And same thing, so there was a similar trend in the mineral composition as well. The combined treatment, which is a calcified ecoenzyme and biochar, performed better. So what this results tells us is that in terms of our food security systems and ensuring that we produce food enough, this particular system can be adopted and help us to produce more food in a very efficient way that we don't need to walk far distance before we can have our vegetables cultivated, or before we can have vegetables on our tables. So this particular research I think my graphs are plenty, but I just want to move on as I've explained the whole thing. So in conclusion, what it means is that the integrated treatment, which is a biochar, calcified, and ecoenzyme treatment, improve mineral and protein composition, which is the protein, fiber, and then that of the fat content were improved by this. And then when you come to the mineral composition too, we have the calcium, we have iron, we have phosphorus, and we have zinc composition content also increased by the integrated treatment, which tells, and all these nutrients or all these nutrients are very important to human health. With, for instance, protein help in body building, and we have calcium for strong bones and other things. So that is. So in recommendation, I recommend that this particular system can be adopted to produce other vegetables in Ghana. And it also encourage organic soil amendment as well, which is also eco-friendly and will help us to produce food in a more efficient way. Then this also serves as a pilot studies that we can carry out in different areas and ensure that we make it a national thing that can help us to produce our food very efficiently. So this particular research implicating that it contributes to climate-smart production system and also help in carbon sequestration through the biochar application, and also reduce synthetic fertilizer dependency as well. So finally, then the social impact of it is that it can contribute to household nutrition and also generate urban income as well. And then small-scale agribusiness, there's a potential there that when you produce and you are not able to eat all, you can also sell some of the produce out and make money as well. And then it also reduce the issue of food import dependency, and as well they support SDG Goal 2, which talk about zero hunger, and then Goal 11 that talk about resilient community, and then the Goal 13 that also talk about 12 talk about responsible consumption and production as well. Thank you very much, and this is my lesson.
Thank you very much, sir. So we have heard him. When we stimulate our soil with organic materials, we get improved yield. The next presentation is from Engineer Timothy Kofi Ametepe. and he is going to present on sustainable concrete solutions for resilient agro infrastructure and food security. And my apologies, I'm not reading the profiles of our presenters because I don't have them. But when we come and sit down, I'll make them introduce themselves briefly, tell us a bit about themselves. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm presenting on sustainable concrete solutions for resilient agro infrastructure and food security. This will be the outline of my presentation. Now, carbon emission is a primary driver for climate change with severe and extreme consequences on agricultural productivity. A warming atmosphere intensifies the global hydrological cycle, which accelerates and results in an increase in rainfall events, which cause flooding and also causes soil erosion. A warming atmosphere also accelerates evapotranspiration, which also causes or intensifies the duration of agricultural drought between these rainfall events. Additionally, a warming atmosphere accelerates the phenological development of crops, shorten their grain filling periods, induce thermal stresses, and results in a significant decline in crop yield. Climate change does not only affect crops, it indirectly disrupts the entire agricultural value chain, which leads to food insecurity, rising poverty, malnutrition, and challenges in meeting global food demand. Now, agro-infrastructure is the backbone of agricultural productivity. Achieving food security, therefore, requires sustainable and resilient agro-infrastructure, which are capable of withstanding severe environmental conditions. Now, this cannot be achieved by design alone, but with the use of materials that are intrinsically low carbon and highly durable. Against this backdrop, concrete cannot be overlooked because of its versatility, availability, durability, and also lower cost compared to other construction materials. Now, self-consolidating concrete, a type of concrete which is characterized by its ability to spread and flow easily, ability to fill densely reinforced sections, ability to fill complex formworks without the need for external vibration, has gained popularity in the modern construction. It possesses excellent filling ability, superior passing ability and stability, improved strength, and long-lasting performance. Now, despite these numerous advantages, SCC requires high paste volume to make it flowable and pumpable. So it requires a high cement content generally. However, the manufacture of cement is energy intensive and greenhouse gas emitting. According to Sahu et al., about 3.3 gigajoules of thermal energy and 90 to 120 kilowatt hour of electricity are expended for 1 ton of cement produced. This releases about 0.8 to 0.9 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which contributes to about 8% of the global CO2 emissions. This environmental burden creates a critical paradox for the agricultural infrastructure, where the carbon footprint of construction materials contribute to the very climate pressures that threaten agricultural productivity. There is therefore the need for concrete technologies that are durable and also low carbon. To this effect, the study sought to evaluate the performance and environmental benefits of a ternary blended SCC incorporating waste glass powder and calcined clay as sustainable materials for resilient agro-infrastructure. The materials used for the study included Portland limestone cement of grade 42.5R, potable water fine aggregates, high range water reducing admixture, calcined clay, waste glass powder, and a 14 mm graded coarse aggregate. SCC mixes were designed in accordance with the ACI and FMA specifications. Now, in a broader study, a simpler centroid mixture design approach was used to optimize the proportions for the ternary mix. Now, these proportions for the ternary mix and then the control mix were batched by weight in the laboratory, and the various fresh mechanical and durability properties were evaluated on the mixes. A cradle-to-gate life cycle analysis was also conducted on both mixes to determine the embodied carbons. These are the proportions used for both mixes. And these are the various fresh mechanical and durability properties that were evaluated. This table shows the fresh and mechanical properties obtained for both mixes. Now, from the slam flow diameter and the L-Boss ratio, the ternary mix exhibited superior deformability and passing ability. This can be attributed to the lubricating effect of the spherical glass powder, which enhances flow and also reduces the interparticle friction in the ternary mix. The longer flow times in the ternary mix also indicate increased viscosity. This is due to the high water demand of the calcined clay and also the glass powder, which reduces the free water in the ternary mix. Now, high paste content in both mixes improved the cohesion and resistance to segregation. And for the compressive strength, the high calcium oxide content in the Portland limestone cement, which was used for the control mix, enhanced early strength production compared to the ternary mix. However, the progressive pozzolanic reaction of the calcined clay and then the glass powder led to a convergence in compressive strength, with the ternary mix slightly surpassing the control mix at 90 days. Now, the ternary mix also demonstrated lower porosity at all ages, with a widening gap between the ternary mix and then the control mix as curing ages increases. Now, a reduction of about 2%, 5%, and 11% were obtained for 28, 56, and 90 days, respectively. The ternary mix also exhibited superior resistance to chloride ion ingress at all ages, with an average reduction of about 65% after 56 days curing. Now, this can be attributed to the fine particles of glass powder and the calcined clay, which improved the initial filling and initial particle packing of the concrete matrix, while the pozzolanic reaction also increased their resistance to the ingress of ions and water. From the concrete surface resistivity also, the ternary mix demonstrated a rapid and significant improvement in surface resistivity than the control, with an approximate increase of 200% after 56 days. Now, the pozzolanic reaction also helps to block the interconnectivity of the pores in the concrete. That is why we are having such an increase in the pozzolanic, an increase in the resistance of the concrete compared to the control after 56 days of curing. From the acid attack test, the control mix showed a higher susceptibility to acid, with weight loss decreasing from 17% to 6%, while the ternary mix showed improved performance or resistance to acid, with the weight loss nearing zero at 90 days. Also, the ternary mix maintained a higher compressive strength compared to the control mix with age, and also the change factor being 48% for the ternary mix, and then the 56% for the compressive for the control mix. Sorry. The total embodied carbon for the ternary mix was about 9% lower than that of the control mix, which is primarily due to the reduction in the cement, because the cement is the major contributor of the CO2 emissions. So if cement is reduced, then definitely the embodied carbon for the mix containing lower cement content is also going to reduce. Now, from the superior durability that is shown in the work, the future the future emissions from repairs is going to also reduce. That is going to also ensure that the ternary mix is having more environmental benefits beyond the initial reduction in the embodied carbon that we are seeing now. In conclusion, the synergistic effect of glass powder and calcined clay improves the filling ability, passing ability, and stability of SCC. Although the control mix exhibited higher early strength gain, the addition of glass powder and calcined clay improves the long-term compressive strength, reflecting sustained pozzolanic activity. Also, the incorporation of glass powder and calcined clay in SCC lowers the porosity, improves the strength, the surface resistivity, reduces chloride permeability, and enhances resistance to acid attack. Now, the reduced embodied carbon and enhanced durability positions the ternary systems, incorporating SCMs as a critical pathway towards low carbon resilient agro infrastructure. The use of calcined clay and waste glass powder is highly recommended because if they are appropriately proportioned, they offer a durable and low carbon concrete solution that supports the development of resilient agro infrastructure. These are some references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Amatefe. Our last presenter, Engineer James K. Ashali. Is he here? Okay, so Engineer James K. Ashali is going to speak to us on using remote sensing applications and models to improve irrigation water management, a case study of the Bontanga irrigation scheme. Engineer, please. Please remember to keep it within 12 minutes.
Is that? Okay. My name is Engineer James Ashali. I'm going to present on using remote sensing applications model to improve irrigation water management, a case study of Bontanga irrigation scheme. I'm the Deputy Director with Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. The outlines are these. It is expected that food production must increase to meet growing population, but crop yield from irrigation schemes across country generally below expectation. On average, current irrigation system achieve only 20 to 46 potential crop water productivity. Among other things, inefficient water management is one of the issues that result in low crop yield in irrigation scheme. However, one of the main challenges to irrigation water management and water accounting is the scarcity of data and then measuring gauges on the irrigation scheme. And digital agriculture and remote sensing offer alternatives by enabling large-scale, cost-effective, near real-time monitoring. Therefore, this study aims to apply remote sensing data to improve water management irrigation field. Problem statement. As I mentioned, data scarcity, limited reliable data on our scheme is an issue. And then infrastructure deterioration. We have structural defects, such as seepage cracks leading to uneven water distribution, operational and distribution inequality, poor management. This study aims using remote sensing application for scheme level irrigation water management. The objectives, that is the aim, the objective is to quantify performance indicators for water losses, to quantify the spatial variability of water adequacy and equity at field level, determine water use efficiency at field level also. This is the study area. Now, Botanga is one of our schemes. It's in the northern region, as you can see in the map. So materials, I will not spend time here. I'll go to the next one and explain. The method is that this is a water accounting model which is based on remote sensing product model. The inputs are mainly remote sensing. These are the inputs you put in the model. This is the model, then the outputs. So the input, you are looking at precipitation, evapotranspiration, land cover classification, reference CT, interception, soil saturation, evaporation, and so on and so forth. And then the output, when you run the model in the basin level, you will get this incremental ET, what we call blue ET, and then green ET, inter-basin transfer, and so on and so forth. So when we get the output, then we will look at the performance in the irrigation scheme. So the model name is SIWA. That is a scale invariant water accounting model or framework. It's purely based on Python. Those of you know Python programming. So some of the input data, we have land use. This one is at the basin level or the catchment area. You can see the classification. But when it comes to using it on the SIWA, you need to reclassify it. You know, it has about 14 land classifications. So it's a matter of doing some pre-processing. You know, the model requires this level of classification to detail. And so when you run the model, some of the things, okay, then you look at the rainfall. There's a remote sensing. We have Sheriff's rainfall data, that what we use. And then actual evaporation, evapotranspiration, sorry. The ET estimation, another, is for the year 2014. The other one was average between 2014 to 2024. So this is how the model looks like. The inputs, and you look at the parameters there, and then you run the process, and then the outputs. So some of the indicators, or let's say the basin level indicators, you are looking at net flow, that rainfall data. You are looking at the net flow into the basin, and you want to see the exploitable water in the basin. The water, when we say exploitable water, that you can exploit. But not all the water that you can exploit that is available. You have to leave some for, you know, environmental flow, that we call reserve flow. And then you also, after that, you look at utilized flow. That is what is being used at the basin. And then utilizable flow. This one is meant for allocation. If you want to plan for the basin, the water that is there, you allocate for future use. And then you look at the outflows. You are looking at some consumption, the depletion at the basin level. Especially what we are focusing on is the ET. Well, because we don't have a point about, I think, the ET, that is evapotranspiration. I believe you can see it there. So this ET is what we are going to use further to make our analysis. And so this is just to explain the model, and we move on. So this ET that is there, look at it very carefully. 188, we are going going to look at it into details. Now, at the basin level, the ET can be, broken into this land classification. And so our concern is the irrigated crops. You could see that we have the ET there is 10.4. So we are going to look at it. It means that on the irrigation scheme, all right, on the irrigation scheme, we are depleting about 10 point something for irrigation, water, crop production. At the scheme level, you can use this model to look at the basin level, the irrigation fraction. When you look at the total ET, you can look at the water or the ET that is being used for irrigation as compared to the total ET in the, we say irrigation fraction, which is about 5.5. You can look at the rain-fed crop production. On the model, you see rain-fed classification of crops there. So in the basin, it gives you a picture, for you to know, at the basin, what area of land or what amount of water is being used for irrigation and what is being used for rain-fed agriculture. So that if you want to, in future, you want to increase the irrigated area, it will inform you. Okay, so now we come to the irrigation performance indicators. Now, this is the Bontanga scheme. You can see over there, we are looking at equity. Equity to do with the water distribution, measuring the evenness of water consumption among users at the scheme level. So what we did, we look at 3 classification. We have equity. If you look at the legend, I don't know whether you can see it, where equity, more green, and then moderate and inequitable. So when you look at it, we did analysis at the dry season and the wet season. When you look at it very well, you see that both the year 2020, 2014 and 2015, you see that the left bank is struggling a bit with water equity. So with the remote sensing, it gives you an idea about what is happening there on the field. So we will look at the covariance. So when we say it is good, we are looking at the range of 0 to 10%, fair, 10 to 25, poor, less than 25. Okay. And so these are, another parameter, relative evapotranspiration. You could see that the left bank also is struggling a bit. So it means that there's a possibility of some issues there. And you could see the seasonal actual evapotranspiration that is being used for crop. And then you look at the irrigation water supply as well. So yes, as usual, left bank and then the right bank. And these are the distribution. You can see that the left bank is struggling a bit. So this help us to know what is the water stress situation. In conclusion, this shows the adequacy varied across the scheme, with some areas exhibiting good, acceptable, and poor water supply condition. Similarly, equity analysis reveals sections with equitable, moderate, inequitable water debit. This special split indicator provide actionable insight for irrigation management, such as adjusting water allocation, improving scheduling, prioritizing the stress areas, and so on and so forth. So these are the recommendations, and I think, quickly, thank you, and it's a reference.
May I kindly request the presenters to come up stage? Yes. All the presenters, please. Okay, so questions for the presenters. I won't even attempt to summarize. we'll just ask questions. And when we are done with the questions, maybe I will do the solar PV and leave the concrete stuff. So questions? Anybody with a question? Yes. I can see Engineer Kisman. Oh, okay, sorry. Engineer Kisman, you may ask your question. When you finish, Engineer Bimpon, IPP, will ask his question. Engineer Kisman, we want to see you, so if you may, please come forward.
Hello? Yeah, my name is Engineer Kisman. Sorry, I'm coming from the mining side, so my questions will be towards, because we are some energy guzzlers, so we use a lot of electricity and fuel. And I'll be directing my questions to speaker 1, 2, and 3. The first speaker spoke on solar. And with increasing PF lowers. So I'm coming from a background where if you are looking at installing a big PV, like 100, without storage, 100 megawatts without storage. So it comes in, goes out, comes in, the variability is there. And you said we could use inverters, but once you use inverters, the capacity of the whole package to produce active reduces. And therefore, you must use, is it STATCOM or something like that?
Shunt capacitors, right?
Yeah, because I was looking at the magnitude of that size. Wouldn't that be, just go ahead, do the active power production, and rather do a dedicated power factor, or STATCOM or something, sitting somewhere? Because otherwise you will affect the output of the solar PV. So I just wanted some clarification there, please. My second question goes to the under panel effect of the PV cells. You said the higher the temperature of the place, the lower the efficiency. We have a lot of PVs we are installing in places where it is 50 degrees Celsius. So what are you saying? We need to do more of the PV cells. And then I saw some picture of a hut that you've constructed underneath where you have vegetables, grass, and what have you. Now, I wanted to know the height. What drives the height there? Because, you see, if you raise it too much so that you get space underneath to do the poultry and then crops, how would you also wash the PV cells? Because that's a major issue here with us. In some of our jurisdictions where our mines are, we need to clean them like every week. So if I'm at that height, how do I do the cleaning? The third question goes to the 1 and 2 speakers. In all this, do we have anything like possibility of selling the carbon credits from the 2 presentations? IREC or energy attributable certificates, those type of things, so that because we are interested in it. I come from a background where we are consuming 7% of Ghana's electricity, 17% of Ghana's fuel. And I'm puffing over 11% emission into the air. So whatever you tell me is very paramount here. I need that. And then my last question goes to, fourth question, sequestration. Somebody mentioned about sequestration, yes. This thing came some time ago, but it was not measurable. So I wanted to see, if you go that route, how can we measure the carbon dioxide that the plant or the leaves will take so that we can use that as our energy, like renewable or emission reduction? Because it's quite a bit difficult. How much carbon dioxide can be absorbed by a particular leaf for a particular period so that we can make a case on it? So please elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is like 5 in 1. So, Engineer IPP, please, one question. Then I'll make the panel.
Very simple. You know me, I don't talk a lot. Okay, so to Timothy, very excellent presentation about the use of glass powder, and then you also mentioned calcined clay. Now, the first question has to deal with the calcined clay. You know that calcination involves a lot of energy, and if you want to use these materials for our day-to-day, because I'm interested, that we can have self-compacting concrete, then you need to get the calcined clay or that calcination done. Where are you going to get it from? But then I want to add something. Probably it's a question whether you are aware that we are currently producing calcined cement in Ghana. We have the largest producer of calcined cement in the whole of the world, actually the whole world, where it takes out about 20% of cement. Now the glass powder too, again, commercially, how are we going to get this available? Is there another product like what I've just told you about calcined cement on the market where we can use in our concrete production? Thank you.
So, presenter 1, I think you will address Engineer Kisman's questions. He traveled all the way from the mine, so he wants to make sure that he's not paying for consultancy, he's getting free consultancy from the conference. So please.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. In a solar PV systems, every solar PV system has an inverter that converts the DC generation from the solar panel from DC to AC. That is usable by your equipment. Now, the context of the research is on rooftop solar PV. Now, if you are talking about 100 megawatt, you are talking about a utility scale PV system. In that system, you need a transformer and other control equipment that would be able to handle the issue of power factor issues or active reactive power imbalance. Now, in these high-scale utility systems, you have STATCOM, that's the static synchronous compensators or static voltage compensators. In these ones, this equipment have the ability of absorbing or injecting reactive power into the system. When the reactive power moves or goes beyond a certain level, that will bring the power factor down. This system have that automatic ability or algorithm that is able to absorb or inject to balance the reactive power. But in rooftop solar systems, where you are generating about 20 kilowatt, 100 kilowatt, and thereabout, those equipments are very expensive. And imagine a household purchasing SVCs or STATCOM at a very exorbitant price. It's not feasible. So the use of capacitors, shunt capacitors, is recommended in these studies. And I have said that using the inverter, smart inverter, such that the inverter is able to generate the reactive power demand, it will mean that you have to curtail your active power generation. So the solution to that is to provide an external reactive power generation, which is from the shunt capacitors. And those shunt capacitors are able to compensate for the reactive power demand in response to the active power generation, so that you don't create an imbalance in the system where the transformer has to deliver more reactive power because you are generating your active power locally. I think, yes. So that is it. If you are in your mines and you are generating about 100 megawatt or so, you need those control mechanisms, which goes with the transformation and other things. Thank you very much.
Agri will take.
All right, thank you very much. So I think 3 questions, and I will touch on all of them. The 25 degrees Celsius, I think this is actually has been proven through a lot of research that above this temperature, the efficiency decreases. It doesn't mean there wouldn't be any production. The efficiency decreases, and then it gets to a time where the lifespan of the panel becomes, dead, and then they have to be recommissioned and all that. So 25 degrees Celsius is very important in terms of for solar power generation, and that's what I said. And in terms of the height, for our experiment, we fixed the lower side of the panel because we have this angle. We are in the almost like on the equator, so it doesn't really matter. But we did it about 10 degrees Celsius, the inclination of the panel. And the lower side, thank you, because of the Celsius, 10 degrees, right, angle. And because of so the lower side was fixed at 2.5 meters. And this is just to allow farmers to walk safely without, getting hurt and all that. And we believe everyone here is not above 2.5 meters, right? And the cleaning is also very important. The cleaning is also very important. But for us, we relied on precipitation or rainfall cleaning for us. But if it's on a large scale, then probably there could be some cleaning technologies to do that if it becomes redundant. And for the carbon credit, I think this is something we've not considered in this project, but it's very, very important. For example, we know that now if we adopt this concept of co-locating agricultural and the solar, that means we are not going to expand land for both of them, which means we are mitigating climate, right? We are mitigating climate. So maybe in the future, that's something we can look at. Thank you very much.
We are addressing it.
All right. Thank you very much, Engineer. So calcined clay, it's just about sourcing clay with about 40% kaolin content and then heating it at a temperature of about 650 to 800 degrees Celsius. Then you have calcined clay. So, compared to cement, you need about 1,450 degrees Celsius to produce clinker. So comparing the two, it means calcined clay easier to produce compared to the cement clinker. And about the LC3 that you mentioned, yes, GASEM and CBI are championing that, and now they are producing. They have the flash calciner in the country, although BRI has already been calcining cement for clay for a while now. Yeah, so that also is a plus that we can also adapt instead of using the Portland limestone cement, which has a higher embodied carbon compared to the LC3. Now, the commercialization of the glass powder, the amount of waste glass that is generated in terms of the municipal waste that is generated is not that high to entirely cater for the cement that we need. However, data shows that about just 32% of that waste glass is being recycled. So it means that the remaining ends up at landfill sites and they occupy those valuable land species. So that amount which is occupying the landfill sites can be used by just mailing it to fine powder and then incorporated in cement. Though it cannot be used on a large-scale project, but for special instances where we are looking for a higher durability of the concrete that we need, then it can be a special case that we can apply the waste glass powder in it. Thank you.
I'll take 2 more questions, but before I take the 2 questions, Engineer Kisman, I think that when it comes to inverters, the technology has improved. And so now there are inverters that can give you reactive power as well. And the cleaning, again, you don't have to use people to clean your solar panels. And so you can consult me on that 100 megawatts plant that you are building. And there are other consultants. Okay, you can consult me and let's talk. I'll charge you small, Bipe. So 2 more questions and we can wrap up. Yes, sir. And then do I have anybody wants to ask a question? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Hello? Okay. So one of the things we've realized in Sierra Leone is that we have a lot of large-scale solar projects, utility-scale solar projects. And unfortunately, it's the cheaper end. They're doing it without BESS.
Without?
BESS, battery-supported systems. So what we're realizing is that we're suffering from grid instability. And I do not know whether Ghana has taken any steps to ensure that if large-scale utilities or large-scale solar plants are incorporated, I do not know whether you are encouraging investment in the technologies needed to smooth out solar power, because as I said, when you have power generated that is not smoothed out, that is variable, we are suffering synchronization and everything.
Okay, I don't know whether you take it, but in Ghana here, you know our Kosomo generating plant. It's a huge hydro plant. And so in seasons or during times of sunshine, we can reserve. So we use that more or less for storage, as a storage. So we can reserve our water and run the solar plant. So that in the night, when there's no sunshine, we run the Kosomo plant. And so most of the technologies that we deploy are not battery. I know now we are thinking of going into battery storage systems, but we have that. Kosomo is big, so you can use that as a storage system. But I don't know whether the solar man will want to. And then I will ask my own question.
Yes, thank you. The storage system for solar PV is one of the most expensive components. So if you want to get a utility-scale solar PV system with storage, then you should be prepared to invest. That is where you can get a smoother power, and all the variabilities that affect your network will be eliminated. Thank you.
My own question. You know, you ended your presentation with a question that whether we should be billing based on kVA or kilowatt hours. I didn't quite get that. Are you asking as a utility or as a consumer?
Yes. The analysis is in 2 folds. If you have a rooftop solar PV, the study was done in a dedicated network at a health facility in Ghana. Now, the solar PV was installed at various points on the network, and we were looking at metering the power consumption at the various installations at the premises, or giving a single meter at the transformer side. Now, if that happened, because of the power factor degradation, the energy recording reduces because of the kVAH multiplied by the power factor. Now, if the power factor is removed, it means that the power factor degradation you have caused as a result of the solar PV integration would not affect the energy recording. In that case, it is advisable to use the kVAH billing. But the question is that if you degrade the power factor, especially in a public network, it goes to affect other consumers. So this study sought to employ capacitors And the installation of these capacitors to alleviate the power factor degradation is sort of another policy that has to be agreed by the utility regulators and then the utility service providers, because if you are asking a consumer to improve the power factor because he is consuming more active power than from your network than the reactive power, it also has to do with some economic implication, because you are going to burden the consumer for injecting or for employing solar PV, and he has to do that power factor correction. So the question is whether the utilities, because the analysis shows that if the power factor is improved, your energy recording improves. So the consumer will have to pay a little more because you have improved the power factor. And once you improve the power factor, his energy meter will be recording more. But if the power factor is not improved, the utilities will also lose because the consumer will be recording less kilowatt hour. So it's a thorny issue as to whether to improve the power factor or resort to KVH billing. Thank you very much.
We'll wrap up. I won't
Please,
ask
I have a
the other question, so
here.
I get into trouble.
Ask me a question.
Oh, you have a question to answer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think I was asked about carbon sequestration and how much carbon dioxide can be absorbed by one leaf or one plant, or leaf of a plant to measure for this sequestration. I have, in my studies, I have not conducted that, or have not collected data on that aspect. But in literature, carbon sequestration is associated with biochar. And my work I did, I concentrated more on the soil improvement aspect of the biochar more than the carbon sequestration part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So this evening we've heard from, we've heard from Engineer Edward Doji Ameka. He spoke to us about grid integration. According to him, when we install shunt capacitors at the end user end, we improve the power factors, which will be good for the utilities, but I'm not sure whether the consumers will want to do that. We've also heard from my brother, Engineer William Aponsa. His research showed that indeed, when you already have your PV systems, you can plant underneath, and then the agri-voltaics actually conserve moisture in the soil. But in terms of productivity or plant yield, the results were mixed, right? So we are not sure yet whether we get increased yield with agri-voltaic systems. But in terms of usage, land usage, it makes for good economic sense for us to go into agri-voltaics. And then we heard from Engineer Emmanuel Bafilu. He also spoke about biostimulants. And we saw that there was improved yield when the soil was stimulated with biochar and other stimulants that you used, which was good. And then my friend, the concrete man, we saw different mixes. And we've seen that the ones that you mix with, I don't know whether it's a calcined one or the other ones, that yielded the best resilient concrete mix for agri-infrastructure. Okay, so I got it correct. And then the remote sensing data. We cannot do proper irrigation or efficient irrigation without having accurate data. And so remote sensing, he proved that the remote sensing actually helped in the irrigation management. And so I would like to thank my panelists or my presenters. They've done so well. We know that you prepared. It took you time to do the research, and we are sorry for not giving you 20 or 30 minutes to delve deeper into your work, but we appreciate what what you have shared with us. And I believe the participants will see you individually when we close with more questions. So thank you so much. We have, you're not going yet. We'll take a picture before you give the certificate. So if the photographers are ready, I will kindly ask the presenters to be upstanding, and I will stand in the middle. We take a picture, then you can do your presentation. That's all right.
Debbie, Omucha.
All right, so time for presentation. And our first presentation goes to Engineer Edward Doji Ameka. Second goes to Engineer William Amponsa. Then we have Engineer Francis Amwa. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, you can leave, you can. Oh, okay, then. Then we have Engineer Emmanuel Bafili. Then Engineer Timothy Kofi Ametepe. Then I believe we have Engineer James K. Ashale. And last but not the least, the very popular President-elect, Engineer Sophia Abina Tijani, for chairing this session.
We've had a really exciting day one, haven't we? And I hope you've learned a lot from today's session. Have you all noticed that the whole time that we've had this conference, we've just had lunch? There's been no coffee breaks. Have you noticed that? So we are going to have our coffee break now. We are going to have our coffee break. We're going to close the conference with a coffee break. So I'm going to send all of you to the rooftop restaurant, the rooftop main and annex. That is where we'll be having our coffee break. And when we say coffee break, it's not just coffee. We have a few small tidbits, small finger foods, handy things, something to, to do something and to represent something. So we will ask you all. We will ask you all to make your way there Unfortunately, those on the floor below us, because they finished early, they've made their way to the place across the streets from them, so they didn't have to walk far. But we will have to walk to the main restaurant because we didn't finish early. But it's okay. It's good exercise because we are in the Oxygen City. Can I kindly ask all international delegates to wait behind? Can I ask all council members, past presidents, to wait behind? We will take you to the international welcome, whilst everybody else can go and have some good time. But please, one another announcement that I have, as you know, with all our conferences year on year, we have some industrial tours for you. We have some social tours. I know a lot of you have already complained about how Volta Serene is hilly, but how about we climb Mount Afajato together? So on Thursday, we have a social trip to the Lee Waterfalls. What did I say? Hey, Thursday is AGM. I'm sorry. On Friday, which is a holiday, we will take a trip. We'll visit some pineapple farms. If you are more technical and you want to have an industrial tour, we have that arranged for you. If you also want to have fun, that's okay. We'll take you to see some monkeys. We'll take you on the Lee Waterfall, and you will be challenged to climb a real mountain, Mount Afajato. If you are interested, please, we've put a link on the conference WhatsApp group. So please fill it so that we know those who either want to go for the industrial visits or those who want to go for the social tour. I'd like to say thank you all for joining us for this conference. Thank you for being amazing. We will meet here tomorrow, 9 a.m. prompt. 9 a.m. prompt. And don't forget, in the morning, we have some aerobics from 6 to 8 if you want to exercise. But if you want to sleep in, that is okay. But just make sure you get here at 9 a.m. Thank you so much for an amazing day, and we hope to see you all tomorrow. International delegates, we will be ushering you together with council members to our international delegates welcome, which will be happening in the executive lounge. So we take this way. Okay. So I think those on the floor below us were told to go to the ground floor, but we'll go and bring them up. But those here will make our way through the back to go to the executive lounge. So please give me a minute. I want to make sure the place is ready. I don't want you to go and have cocktails and fill your stomachs because we have something for you. But everybody else, please network, get to know each other, speak to somebody that you've never spoken to, and let's have an amazing evening. Thank you, engineers, and see you all tomorrow.